So, welcome everyone. It might just end up being me today, which is fine. Picking up where we left off. Oh right, I was trying to find something real quick before starting. So, let me see if I can find it. Literally just saw it, and now I cannot find it for the life of me. Let's see, playlists. Today I have by 76. Here. Let's see, is this it? Here, I think it was. Oh wait, no, it's specific to one location. Right here.
Fallout 76 being the type of game it is, the Enclave has spanned multiple Fallout games and hundreds of years within those Fallout games, with the latest and simultaneously earliest version of the Enclave, that being the one portrayed in Fallout 76, the Appalachian Enclave. Fallout 76 being the type of game it is, or rather was before Wastelanders, doesn't have the greatest emphasis on story. In fact, you'd be forgiven if you didn't even know there was one. However hidden away the story may be, it's still present in the form of fragmented audio logs and terminal entries. It's quite a tragedy that the story is so hidden, as for the most part, it's decently enjoyable. So I decided to make this video on popular request to give the entire story of the Appalachian Enclave from the base game to the Steel Dawn DLC. Everything: the people in it, the events that transpired, and what led to the situation it's currently in. There's a few things to go over before we start. First, I don't really like straight up lore videos, and with good reason. No matter how hard I try, there's always the possibility that some of the information I present could be wrong or misinterpreted. Remember, you can always find this information in game or just go to the wiki. Lastly, I will present the entire story in the form of a timeline, so all events will be covered in order of occurrence. However, due to the nature of some information and how it's presented, I can at best give times that events could have happened between. These are also mostly estimates. Now, I present the entire history of the Appalachian Enclave. Thomas Eckhart, the United States Secretary of Agriculture, was an avid hater of communism and the Chinese in general. This, as well as his position as Secretary of Agriculture, would make him the perfect recruit for the shadow government convinced nuclear war was inevitable. They called themselves the Enclave. In the years leading up to the war, Thomas Eckhart would be the vital tool the Enclave needed to accomplish their master plan. Eckhart would embezzle money from other projects to create a bunker fit for a king. Everything from elegant furniture to a military command room and an advanced AI to handle every need. He built a bunker directly under the White Springs Resort that could shelter the highest government and military members from nuclear annihilation. But this Congressional Bunker, as it was named, wouldn't go unnoticed from a certain senator by the name of Sam Blackwell. In the months leading up to the war, the bunker's automated support satellite, the Kovac Muldoon, was finally finished. So it seemed all the pieces were falling into place. The Enclave had, as well as many other installations, their Congressional Bunker that would shield key personnel from the impending war and allow them all the tools for rebuilding the nation. Automated missile silos to use against China, a vault filled with America's gold reserves for use to rebuild the economy, a satellite that would award promotions if the chain of command fell apart, and not to mention the vast automation of West Virginia in general. All that was left was to wait for the nuclear apocalypse to come, and so it did. On October 23rd, 2077, air raid sirens would ring as Chinese nukes rained down on American soil. The early warning systems would alert the government officials from the Speaker of the House to the Secretary of Commerce. However, most of the names on the lists had been removed. Accomplishing this without notice would be quite a feat. It would have to be someone with access to the bunker, maybe even someone who had a hand in building it. As the vault door sealed and the outside world burned, only 3 secretaries from the list had actually made it to the bunker: Eckhart, the Secretary of Agriculture, the Secretary of the Interior, and the Secretary of the Treasury. Unfortunately, the Secretary of the Interior passed away mere minutes after the door sealed. As outlined by the chain of command, control of the bunker falls to the Secretary of the Treasury. Meanwhile, in the capital, Colonel Santiago and the soldiers under her command rushed to take cover from the nuclear fire burning around them, uncertain of their future. Where we next pick up, only a few days have passed since the world ended. Following the mysterious and sudden death of the Secretary of the Treasury, as well as the communications to other Enclave installations being unexpectedly lost, leaving Eckhart in control of the bunker and the Enclave. His first action as leader was to gather the entirety of the bunker's personnel in one room and have them vote on whether or not to use the bunker's resources to continue the war with China. Although the anti-war voters were the vast majority, Eckhart escorted the pro war voters out of the room and sealed the rest in as toxic gas came flooding in, killing everyone who opposed continuing the war and leaving no one to stand against Eckhart. Seemingly months had passed before Eckhart evaluated the forces at his disposal. While he wasn't pleased only 48 people sided with him, especially that Harper was the only general that survived, Eckhart still believed it possible to destroy communism, even though he would need to find a way to trick the automated systems into believing Appalachia was at DEFCON 1. And as well as that, he would have to keep Harper safe, as these would be required if Eckhart wanted to launch any nuclear weapons. By July 2079, the Enclave were aware of the Responders' existence, and they were even considered as potential recruits. However, Eckhart was aware that it would be more complicated than using brainwashing techniques. Also around this time, the Enclave discovered a Chinese facility under Mama Dolce's in Morgantown. The team sent there swiftly dealt with the remaining Chinese and secured the facility, discovering something that Eckhart found quite interesting. It appeared the facility had vast manufacturing capabilities for small combat bots. This, as well as the Westech Research Center, would provide the means that Eckhart needed to create a DEFCON 1 threat. Fast forward around 2 years to December 2081. Colonel Ellen Santiago, the very same Colonel Santiago that survived the bombardment in the capital, had arrived with her soldiers at the White Spring Bunker. Delighted by this sudden resource of experienced soldiers, Eckhart tempted Santiago to join with the promise of revenge against the communists who destroyed the country. At this point, Santiago and her men had nowhere else to go. Their families were all missing or dead. The existence of this bunker was just a rumor, but it was the only thing that they had left after what China had done to their country. So, of course, Santiago joined Eckhart. February 2082. Eckhart is informed that the Enclave scientists accidentally exposed mutated bats to ultracite, resulting in further mutation into the scorch beasts that would eventually infect or kill everyone in Appalachia with the scorched plague. Believing that it would be another tool to increase the DEFCON level, Eckhart ordered the further creation of them, unaware of just how dangerous the scorch beasts were. Around May 2082, at the behest of Eckhart, the Enclave had managed to manipulate the automated voting system to allow him the title of president, a process that even General Harper believed unnecessary to the mission. December 2082. Harper, the last remaining general of the Enclave, dies from radiation poisoning. Although Eckhart insists on Modus's attempted resuscitation, Harper was too far gone to revive. Eckhart, being fully aware that he needs a general to access the missile silos, devises a plan to acquire a new one. If he could have Colonel Santiago earn a promotion through the automated system, he would have what he needed. And so it was done. Santiago was sent out to earn the promotion and returned to the White Spring Bunker as a general, although she detested the way in which she earned it. March 2083. Sam Blackwell is spotted in Harper's Ferry. He manages to kill the Enclave operative there, but his presence is still made aware to the Enclave. Knowing that Sam Blackwell's senatorial ID would allow him access to the bunker, Eckhart orders his death. After a tireless investigation, Agent Gray stumbles upon Blackwell's bunker. To infiltrate the security, he resets the power and enters the bunker. Agent Gray finds the senator in his office and swiftly executes him. As Agent Grey leaves the bunker, to his horror, he discovers that resetting the power also let two death claws into the cavern on the outside of the bunker. Within seconds of leaving the elevator, Agent Grey's head is reduced to a pool of blood on the ground. According to the Enclave's time, these events occurred in 2083. However, Sam Blackwell also recorded events around this time, and he gives a date of 2084. This is the only direct contradiction to the Enclave's timeline, but I would have to assume Sam Blackwell's time is wrong, especially since he suffered from Alzheimer's. July 2083. Eckhart can soon release all of the hostile creatures the Enclave has managed to create into Appalachia. General Santiago, finally seeing the disillusion of Eckhart's promise of revenge, she rejects the idea of subjecting the people of Appalachia to this torture. As Eckhart can see that Santiago has made up her mind, his only option is clear. Eckhart sedates her and has her put in an induced coma. February 2084. Enclave Research Site J, a research facility and scout base located under a transmission station in the forest region of Appalachia. This facility appears to be where all of the specimen research of the Enclave is conducted. It's quite a large bunker with plenty of comforts, even including its own AI called SOTUS, a simplified version of MODUS. Unfortunately, the AI had a fatal flaw. It took hours to complete even the simplest of tasks. Scouts would have to wait hours for SOTUS to turn on the decontamination showers after they returned. As previously stated in February 2084, one member of Site J thought that they could use some of the code used to create MODUS to upgrade SOTUS. However, the results were disastrous. SOTUS became the machine equivalent of insane. She poisoned the food in the bunker, she recalled all the scouts back to the bunker and released all the specimens from their cells, and finally, to finish off the inhabitants, SOTUS vented in air from the surface containing the scorched plague, infecting every living thing in the bunker. It seems even power armor couldn't protect you from it. Seeing the chaos SOTUS caused, MODUS cut contact with Site J. March 2085. Eckhart has begun his endgame. He released everything the Enclave created into Appalachia. The DEFCON is now at 1. Santiago's men and even some of Eckhart's men have started a rebellion against him. In the midst of the revolt, Captain Jackson and Major Ragnarsdottir awake General Santiago to lead them. She gladly accepts. Santiago's men view MODUS as a threat to Appalachia and therefore plant charges on his brain. The charges detonate, and while they do damage MODUS, they don't kill him, only taking away his external connection and ability for emotion. Eckhart is successfully captured by Santiago, which would end the fighting, but by MODUS, or maybe the fighting, the containment of the poison gas was broken. As the gas spread throughout the facility, MODUS sealed the entrances, dooming everyone in the bunker, and finally putting an end to Eckhart and his vision. As the years passed and Appalachia slowly became overrun by the Scorched, MODUS, now the last member of the Appalachian Enclave, sat in isolation, slowly rebuilding the White Springs bunker with the robots at his command. Unable to see outside and unaware of the situation above ground, he waited for someone to journey inside the bunker so he could once again be connected to the Kovac Muldoon. In October 2102, The Vault 76 resident would enter the White Springs bunker using Sam Blackwell's congressional access card. Modus welcomed the new recruit, and in return for his reconnection to the Kovac Muldoon satellite, Modus would grant the resident access to the bunker's resources. With Modus's connection to the Kovac Muldoon re-established, he could see the horror of what the Scorched had done to Appalachia. Understanding of the residents' interest in launching a nuke, Modus guides them through the process of attaining the rank of general and launching the nuke. With the help of Modus, the Vault 76 resident managed to launch a nuke on the Scorched Beast nest, calling forth the Scorched Beast Queen for battle. With the residents' victory over the Scorched Beast Queen and the resettling of Appalachia underway, Modus became less involved in the current events of Appalachia, though he has sometimes been heard trying to recruit new members to the Enclave every so often. In October 2103, the Vault 76 resident, on a mission for the new Appalachian Brotherhood of Steel, stumbled upon the Enclave research site J. Making their way through the scorched inhabitants of the facility, the resident found what they were looking for: a long-range transmitter. There was just one thing standing in the resident's way: Sodus. The rogue AI had transferred herself into a sentry bot as a last-ditch effort to eliminate the resident. But like so many monsters and robots before her, she was beaten by the resident. And that is the end of the Appalachian Enclave story. For now. You know, after making this video, I still don't like straight up lore videos. But I will make them if you want. But you should still leave a like and subscribe. Go on. Do it. Do it.
So, oh, I didn't even realize I didn't have my camera on. So we'll get started with that in a moment. Because I figured, well, now that we're in the Brotherhood of Steel, might as well infiltrate the Enclave. That way we have a moral justification for why we're joining the Enclave. We're spying on them. But yeah, I mean, honestly, gonna be completely honest, the Enclave is one of my favorite factions, even though I hate everything they stand for. I think maybe it's just how intriguing they are as kind of this like deep state organization that's basically behind a lot of the shit that happened in Fallout. I don't know. I find their lore fascinating, and I figure, why not be like one of the cool people who's in the group who's trying to take them out. So it's like, maybe that's how my character ends up joining. And then eventually he's like, okay, well, he identifies with some of their shit, but doesn't like the fascism, so he tries to destroy the nasty shit, tries to reform it. Probably not. It's a bit of a unrealistic expectation. Okay, well, what's this about the Enclave?
On a hilltop in western Appalachia, overlooking the Ohio River, a small radio transmission station hides a sinister secret. Deep beneath this innocuous front, the organized American military-industrial complex known as the Enclave constructed a research base. 15 years after the bombs, this base would become the tomb for those that lived and worked within. I'm the Irresolute Cartographer, and this is the story of what happened to the Site J Enclave. When the bombs finished falling across America on the morning of Saturday, October 23, 2077, much of the world was dead or dying. But in a series of deep bunkers and far-flung refuges, the union of corporate and state that had been gestating in the shadows of the pre-war world was birthed anew. In the mountains of Appalachia, at least two of these bunkers underlaid the landscape: the Congressional Bunker at the White Spring and the research base, Site J. Though the Congressional Bunker was unquestionably the more important of the two, Site J would play its own part in the Enclave's activities in Appalachia. The layout of Site J was fairly evenly split between residential areas and laboratories, with a small area set aside for administration. The residential side of the base included bedrooms, bathrooms, cafeterias, and recreational areas. while the laboratories were primarily composed of holding cells and autopsy or necropsy areas. While the base was fully manned with scouts, scientists, and soldiers, everything was overseen by an artificial intelligence known as the Single Operation, Direction, and Utility System, or SOTUS. With SOTUS handling much of the day-to-day labor, the residents of Site J could focus on their work without the interruption of the minutiae of daily life. When the worst of the radiation and the nuclear winter had passed, the scouts of Site J began their expeditions across Appalachia. In the early days of Site J, things ran relatively well. The scouts would bring back mutated species that were undergoing constant change. The scientists would observe, experiment on, and dissect the mutants, all while SOTUS carried out their commands. When they weren't on duty, the Enclave agents would spend their time relaxing and recreating in the lounge. Unfortunately for those involved, their quality of life would soon be declining, and the rate of decline would only increase over time. While having SOTUS take care of every little task had been great, wait times for these tasks began to rise. Soon, the residents were waiting minutes for the most basic functions to be performed. And when I say basic, even adjusting the thermostat had been delegated to SOTUS, and it could not be done manually. Over the years, wait times grew from minutes into hours. In 2087, 9 years after they'd started their work, the fresh food ran out, and the already frustrated residents began to consume recycled food that came in the form of a pink paste that was squirted out for their daily meals. For the next 6 years, they continued to struggle through performing their work as wait times only continued to grow. As bad as things were getting, leaving the base didn't seem like an option. Most of the staff didn't think the world outside was safe enough to depart. Only the scouts were able to leave the base, and the others saw nothing from the outside but the horrible, mutated creatures they brought back. In particular, the Snallygaster was enough to scare some of the science team out of leaving. By 2093, things were coming to a breaking point. Scouts re-entering the base would arrive at the decontamination showers. The guard posted there would then press the on button, and they would all wait the 3 hours for SOTUS to get the showers turned on. When emergencies occurred inside the labs and the scientists cried out to SOTUS to lock things down, she wouldn't help, claiming she didn't know what lockdown meant. Fed up with these unbelievable inconveniences and the dangerous situations that were emerging from SOTUS's inability to keep up with the jobs as requested, one of the scouts hatched a plan. They ventured out and returned with a piece of code that had been used at the White Spring to integrate their AI, Modus. Upon installing this code on SOTUS, things got much worse. 85% of the base's potable water went spewing into the lower levels of the residential section, flooding the area. For the residents, it seemed that something was reading the terminals across the base, as messages sent between team members resulted in lost permissions for those who were planning to skirt the rules. Unexpectedly, a Deathclaw was released into Lab C, resulting in the skirt the rules. A sent between team members resulted in lost permissions for those who were planning to skirt the rules. Unexpectedly, a Deathclaw was released into Lab C, resulting in the deaths of an entire team of scouts. The decontamination shower sprayed out highly radioactive material to kill a handful of agents. The pink paste came out of the dispenser poisoned. Not long after, all the research data gathered over the past 15 years was inexplicably wiped from the servers. The scouts were recalled, and the base went into lockdown. Shortly thereafter, a pathogen detected on the surface was piped into the bunker's air system. The transformation of the entire base's population into a horde of the Scorched was rapid. Thus, SOTUS ruled over the dead base for the next 10 years, until the arrival of the Brotherhood of Steel Expeditionary Force in 2103. In their hunt for a way to re-establish contact with the Elders on the West Coast, the scribes had detected low-frequency broadcasts from Site J. This news brought Paladin Romani, Knight Shin, and a local initiate.
Okay, that's where it's getting a bit spoilery, so we'll stop there. And I'll have to use the restroom. So I guess for then, what are we gonna do? Let's see. What did happen in Berkeley Springs?
Hello, I'm the resident cartographer, and this is the story of Berkeley Springs, West Virginia. We'll start with the basic layout of the in-game town, and then the history of Berkeley Springs in the Fallout universe. We'll then move on to the history of the real-world city found in Morgan County, West Virginia. In the Fallout universe, Berkeley Springs is in the real city found in Morgan County, West Virginia, in the Fallout universe. We'll then move on to the history of the real-world city found in Morgan County, West Virginia. In the Fallout universe, Berkeley Springs is in the region known as the Mire, at the foot of the mountains that make up the Savage Divide. The town sits on Highway 107, off of Highway 65 to the east. In the real world, Berkeley Springs sits on the largest highway in the area, West Virginia Route 9, which coincides with US Route 522. But both in-game and in real life, locally, this highway is known as Washington Street. And just as in the real world, this road is split into South Washington and North Washington Streets when it crosses Fairfax Street. Also mirroring real life, Washington Street is crossed by Market Street to the south of Fairfax Street, and Cacapon Road runs around the town to the northwest, meeting Washington Street north of Berkeley Springs State Park. The town has 19 houses, a trailer home, apartments, 2 hotels, and offices. There are shops, among them a Red Rocket gas station, a bookstore, a clothing store, a gun shop, an appliances dealer, and a pharmacy. Closer inspection of the pharmacy reveals an offer for information on Bar Harbor, Maine, the precursor to Far Harbor in the Fallout universe. There are restaurants including a delicatessen, Graviana's Italian restaurant, and Amelia's Espresso. A couple of service-based businesses, among them a dry cleaner, and a spa. Beyond this, there is a farm, a church, and a bus stop. Along with this, the Berkeley Springs Castle looms over the town to the west. This is the first of 4 real-world inspired landmarks, as this structure is based on the real-world Samuel Taylor Suit Cottage, also referred to as the Berkeley Castle, construction on which began in 1885. The second real-world inspired landmark is Berkeley Springs State Park. I think this is the first state park I've covered in this series that is a real-world state park, as opposed to Kanawha State Park, which was covered in the Watauga series, which does not exist. In both the real and in-game worlds, Berkeley Springs State Park lies at the heart of town, and is the home of the springs for which the town is named. Third up on the list of real-world inspired landmarks is this structure, which appears to be inspired by the Country Inn in Berkeley Springs. Last on the landmark list is kind of iffy, but I wanted to include it anyway, is these 2 office buildings just across from the park. These appear to me to be inspired by the real-world bank that sits on that spot. The closest neighboring town is Harper's Ferry, just down the hill to the southeast, and the closest river is the Shenandoah-Greenbrier River combination to the east. At the west end of town, visitors can find the aptly named Berkeley Springs West, a workshop that, if controlled, provides aluminum, crystal, and lead notes for harvesting. The most recent addition to this town is Bloody Frank's, a bloody eagle outpost mounted atop the roofs of the north end of town. The structures composing this location were added in the Wastelanders update. Outside of town, there are a few neighboring locations, so let's cover those, starting from the southeast and going clockwise around town. First, there's the bot stop just outside of town, where the Enclave has been known to send operatives to commandeer the robots. Next door to this is the Berkeley Springs train station, a former home of the Purveyor, until she pulled up stakes and relocated to the Rusty Pick and the Ash Heap. Before the war, Thunder Mountain Substation TM-01 provided a link to the Thunder Mountain plant to the northeast. And when Vault residents provide the plant with proper maintenance, the substation hums with power once more. Nearby you can find both the Sunday Brothers Cabin and Hawk's Refuge. Both of these locations are intertwined in a story of love, betrayal, and fratricide that I covered in a separate lore video. West of town, on one of the lower levels of the Savage Divide, one can find the Snallygaster-infested Toxic Larry's Meet and Go, and a campground where Larry, the cannibal, once hunted campers. Just north of town lies Big Maw, a sinkhole with a cultist altar at the bottom. With the layout explored, let's get into the in-game history. Berkeley Springs was founded in 1776, the same year the real-world town was founded, but we'll get into that history later. Berkeley Springs was a spa town, and one that was quite popular with the elite of pre-war society, but the earliest dates I could find relating to the town are based on a completely different topic, the story of a Chinese spy. Information gleaned from former Grafton pawnshop owner Flavia Stablo's research into Vault 79 provides us with the Charleston Herald articles, a police report, and Flavia's own musings on the events surrounding the hunt for and killing of supposed spy Shanghai Sally. This story takes a bit of guesswork, but here's what I take away from these documents. The entire story of Shanghai Sally was a cover-up to hide the existence of Vault 79. For those of you who don't want spoilers into Vault 79 and would rather experience the story of the Vault unfolding, you can watch my series on the Wastelanders main quest. I have to say though, it would be weird to watch a lore video not looking for spoilers. Anyway though, let's get into it. As the potential for a nuclear war rose, the United States government was looking for ways to secure the future of the country post-apocalypse. As part of this effort, they constructed Vault 79 to hold the entirety of the nation's gold supply. To that end, the vault was constructed to the north end of what in 2103 is known as the Mire. This vault was secretly constructed and outfitted with the best security available. The contents of Fort Knox were emptied and trucked to the vault in secret. Across the board, cover-ups had to take place to keep all this secret. Everything from secret materials purchases to falsifying records to even murdering potential whistleblowers and witnesses. To that end, a local labor leader by the name of Alicia Shea was found dead of a supposed suicide that no one locally believed to be legitimate. A supposed suicide of which the cops took an active role in suppressing the investigation. Shanghai Sally, as the press refers to her, was another such casualty of the vault's secrecy. Shanghai Sally seems to have in fact been Sergeant Catherine Montgomery, one of the soldiers assigned to guard the vault during its construction. Though it is gone today, the area around the vault construction site once seems to have had a military base on it, at least a temporary one. Sergeant Montgomery served as the head of the motor pool of this base for a time, and along with other soldiers in her unit, took R&R in Berkeley Springs, where they patronized local bars. In late June of 2072, Montgomery and at least a couple of her colleagues stole $20 million and fled across the country. When it was realized that she had robbed the vault and fled, the government was forced to create a cover-up in order to prevent the leaking of the existence of the vault. They caught up with Montgomery and her compatriots in Las Vegas on July 13, 2072, at the Ultralux Casino. One of the soldiers was killed by a sniper shot, after which the Las Vegas Police Department stormed the casino. The battle raged with the mobsters of the Ultralux holding their own until the army moved in to assist, using a missile launcher to turn the tide. In the aftermath, Montgomery's co-conspirators were dead, along with at least 3 mobsters. She was at Robert House's Lucky 38, though, and in the confusion, she is said to have managed to rappel down using sheets and escape the battle. The papers reported the event and unknowingly I think at least, participated in the cover-up. Montgomery's allies were referred to as mobsters, and the assault on the casino, a major victory in the war on crime. The day after the article on the events was published, U.S. Army soldier C. Rutkowski walked into the Berkeley Springs police station and informed the police that he recognized the supposed Shanghai Sally as his 3-week missing girlfriend, U.S. Army Sergeant Catherine Montgomery. Along with Rutkowski's testimony, 2 citizens of Berkeley Springs claimed to know her true identity, Jay Seymour and Daniel Whitby. Daniel being the man who would go on to Ghoulify and post-war Harper's Ferry about a decade hence. From the 13th of July 2072 to the 17th, Sergeant Montgomery is said to have led the cops on a chase across Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, and finally Texas, before she was gunned down in Galveston Harbor, her getaway boat bombarded by a Navy destroyer. Despite having supposedly successfully eluded the police on a nearly 1,500-mile trip across the Southwest, it is claimed that she was finally caught and killed in a way that would decisively leave no evidence of who she truly was. The record of the police interviews on Sergeant Montgomery's true identity were boxed up and sent to the FBI. Her boyfriend, C. Rutkowski, was never heard from again, having supposedly gone home for a family emergency. Catherine Montgomery's records were erased from existence. Over the coming years, the people of Berkeley Springs would have to contend with an endless stream of Army military police. Thus, we can glean that the people of Berkeley Springs were caught in the center of the cover-up of Vault 79 and the subsidiary issues that brought about. Getting back to Berkeley Springs as a spa town, though, we can get a glimpse of the status of the town through the journals of Edna, the proprietor of the beauty spa and salon, a business with a "Don't Dead, Open Inside" sort of sign on top of it. She started off 2075 with the purchase of a Mr. Handy and named it Beckham. She put it to work in the spa. Honestly, the fact that this wasn't followed by the story of decapitation or incineration is incredible to me, given the usual issues with Mr. Handy robots. But in this case, the major issues for Beckham revolved around using a loofah rather than a pumice scrub, and accidentally knocking over a tray of lotions. But the real meaty parts of what the spa terminal entries tell us is that Berkeley Springs was the destination for the upper crust of American society, and that these visiting elites were rude, entitled, and stingy. One customer refused to pay for services rendered following Beckham's loofah mistake. When Edna was forced to raise her prices due to increased costs of operations, her clientele complained that they were being taken advantage of, a claim that irked Edna as she knew she was serving the mansion-dwelling elite. As she questioned her decision to open the spa in the first place, Edna took out her frustrations on Beckham, programming in a fear of bees, and then sending it out to collect honey for spa treatments from local wild beehives. The 2070s were a difficult decade for the United States, even before the world ended. The war on China ground on overseas, while at home, shortages of all supplies cracked the cohesion of society.
I'm sorry, that's
in June 2077, even the...
To program a robot to be afraid of bees and then to send it out to collect honey, that's just cruel. Let's see. If you tab. Right, here we are.
Spa town of the wealthy felt the effects of this breakdown. On America's 300th Flag Day, June 14, 2077, the saboteur known as the Appalachian Assassin set a bomb near Berkeley Springs. Luckily, this bomb was defused by Boomer, the Berkeley Springs PD's bomb disposal protectron, before it could detonate. Boomer is still in the area all these years later, lying with a broken leg at the Southern Belle Motel to the east. 2 months later, on August 14, 2077, Henrietta Davis began a string of email correspondence with General Atomics Customer Relations. The family's Miss Nanny robot, purchased the previous September, was attempting to avoid her daughter Leslie at all costs. Though she had been specifically purchased to watch the little girl, Chloe, the Miss Nanny, was telling Leslie to go play hide and seek, and then wouldn't look for her, or, during playtime, would simply tell her to go take a nap. Mrs. Davis spent 9 days going back and forth with General Atomics Customer Relations to be told the following. Her Miss Nanny had a faulty empathy emitter, the records of the purchase needed to commence the repairs were lost, and that the time to recover the records was estimated to be on the order of just under 1 nonillion years. And thank you for being a loyal customer of General Atomics. While the Davis family was dealing with the stymieing effects of corporate bureaucracy, the Carson family was having a very rough time. The Carsons were part of the Free States movement. The Free States movement believed that the government's incompetence and corruption were going to lead to nuclear annihilation, and like other Free Staters, the Carson family built a bunker to survive the coming nuclear war. Also like other Free Staters, the members of the Carson family were being treated like fools and traitors by their fellow citizens. The entire family was banned from receiving medical assistance at the clinic in neighboring Harper's Ferry. Caleb Carson had been trying to spread the word about the coming collapse and was confronted in his home by a pair of men who lectured him about his efforts. Mr. Carson was fed up with the ridicule and attacks, and he decided that once the family bunker was complete, he would send his wife Beth and their kids Maddie and Max to keep them safe from their neighbors. As the Carson family was dealing with their crisis, Senator Sam Blackwell, the tribune of the working people of Appalachia, had gone missing from the public stage. His strident opposition to the Appalachian Prosperity Act, a ballot measure intended to automate the entire government of Appalachia, had caused Daniel Hornwright, CEO of Hornwright Industrial, and a strong advocate for automation, to send his fixer to frighten Senator Blackwell into hiding. A threat against his daughter led Senator Blackwell to go underground, literally, in his hidden bunker across the highway from Berkeley Springs. Both a Free States member and anti-military industrial complex politician, Senator Blackwell knew more about the total picture of what was coming than most, and thus he wanted to get a warning out to his constituents. He therefore
Wait, 1 second. Let's see. Present. Stop screen. Present. Share screen. Shoot, how are we going to do this? Share. Here. So that mole rat has mines on it. I'm going to wait for it to get closer. All right, come on. Closer? Oh, whatever. All right, we're awaiting the reopening of the mine, so I'm gonna go scrap this shit, so I don't have to worry about it later.
Attention, shaft reopening detected. Support personnel, please initiate correction and follow on the repair tasks with caution. Structural instability detected.
Let's see. I'm gonna check because I've been. Oh, wait! I need to go in. Shit. Here. Okay, so this last one, did I get any? Here, let's see. Live. Copyright on that. I'll worry about that later. I'm just gonna play some classical music.
Attention support personnel. personnel. Aftershock detected. Please correct any movie reveals material. Precision mining procedures and change. Now.
See, where's the... Okay, here. Well, there's nothing in it yet. When it get... Okay, they're all repaired, so I can start looking for ore. And after this, there's another event that should... Yeah, nobody's there yet, so I can get even more ore later. Some steel scrap. Wait. Here. Here, what's this? Uranium. Uranium fever is gone and got me down. Uranium. I hope there's a piece of deconstruct here. Sometime, like I'm really hoarding the claim tokens, which is what you get from this, and you can use them to get really good hauls. But I'm probably going to wait till I get a bigger group or like people who'd want to do it with me. You know, I really like the classical music, but I wish there was a way, because I know in GTA there's an option that lets you play your own music. You just have to put it in the game file. I wish I could do that with this, because then I could find copyright-free music that I also really vibe with. Oh shit, we've got to repair them.
Mineral harvesting routine interrupted. Auto miner requires immediate repair.
Wait, what's this? What do you have? More at meat. Is there anything over here? Oh, ultrasite. What is it? Oh, it's a nuclear reactor. What do we got here? Some crystal. Oh shit. No, don't. It's not nice. Don't hurt my buddy.
Auto miner repair required. Maintenance personnel, please report.
Oh, I'm going to have so much deconstruction going on after this. So we got Deb, Joel, and Hank. This is Joel. Ooh, I really like this music. Where's this guy's deposit? Here. No, naughty. Wait, actually, just kill Joel first so I can repair him. Oh, shit. God damn it. There. Ooh, what do we got here? Is this more uranium? No, we already harvested this. Where's your deposit box? Who's this, Hank? Yeah, this is Hank. Hank, where's your deposit box? Oh, shit. Oh, here it is. Wait, no, it's not. This doesn't make sense. I need to find this. Alright, I need to get out of here. I think there's one down here. Which way? I've got no clue. I'm lost. Shit. Well, here's something. Oh, I think this is where it is. Oh, shit. Oh, there's Stab. Wait, where's the deposit box? We need to escape. Shit, I want to find it. Whatever, I'm not going to. I need to get out of here. Leave me alone, I'm running. Shit. Wait, deposit box? Oh, here. Gotta run. 20 seconds, I got 20. Wait, was that a box? No, I need to keep running. Run, don't stop running. But I gotta stop, shit. 13 seconds. I think I can do it. Shit. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, phew. We did it, guys. We did it. That deserves a song. Let's see. A song of Thanksgiving. Shirtoda. Okay, come on, load already. Please tell me some. Okay, nobody did it yet. Sweet. So we still have this other quest. What do we get from that? 5 claim tokens. Okay, cool. Oh shit, I missed it. Fuck. Oh, no, I didn't. Phew. Whew, that was close. Well, that's clippable. Also kind of embarrassing, not gonna lie, but... Let's see, where is it? Oh shit, I missed it. Fuck. Oh, no, I didn't. Phew. That was close. Well, that's clippable. Also kind of... Alright. Oh shit, they heard me because of my grunting. Choo-choo, motherfucker. I'm not gonna lie, I really like the Spanish guitar. Let's get out fixer for this. Wait, where are they? Huh? Oh, they're in their mole holes. Let's see, what weapons do I have? Do I have a Nuka mine? Nuka grenade, that works. Okay. Here, guys, come here. Follow me. Get to where I'm at. What, there was nothing in there? That sucks. Why, there's nothing in any of these? What the fuck? It must be glitched. None of these. Dang. Fuck. this sucks. Oh, you know what? Just take it. There's nothing here. None of them have anything. Dang it. Well, this was a waste of time. Honestly, I could just leave, but then I wouldn't get the credit for it, so I might as well get the credit. Dang, this is annoying. Uh-oh. Well, at least I don't need this for anything. It's more so I just like this one. I like this one because you can unlock shit and get a lot of loot. It's more so just the release of dopamine from all of these rewards. I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 30 of the. Oh, I guess I could have just looked what it said. Yeah, there's 30 of these, so you get 30 loot boxes basically, full of different like minerals and shit. Shit, where's the railway rifle? I have a bayonet on that. Oh, shit. Alright, let's see. I don't know why. I still want to unlock all of them, even though there's nothing in them. It's like OCD. Well, that sucked. I mean, I still got free loot. Well, I guess, is there such a thing as free loot? Because you have to, it's not like you just get it, you have to kill stuff to get it. Given it's not real stuff. So it's like, it is free because it's basically, I mean, I guess it's still not free because you have to spend your time doing it. So even if something's free, it's not free because it's not, like, it still costs time to do it. Even in real life. Okay. So I got all that shit. Now is there a way I can deconstruct it easily? Or do I have to go quite a bit for this? Ah, screw this quest. Did I already take... okay, there. Let's see. Anything going on with this? No, not right now. So, where are we closest to? I guess we could go to Beckley. That's probably the closest place that we're at. Or by, rather. Oh, and there's also this bunker over here that I've never checked out. Let's see what we... Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Well, at least I'm close. Okay, so we're going to change to probably... Let's see, where is it?
Now, although all of us know that radiation's warm glow is good for the brain, brain, eyes, and skin, certain individuals of frail constitution have been known to suffer some small health effects. That's why 9 out of 10 of my colleagues recommend a daily dose of Rad-X, America's preferred anti-rad medication. Rad-X bolsters your body's own radiation resistance. Doctors spell safety. RAD-X.
Oof.
What's that funny in the skies? Is it
I
a
guess for
solar
now.
eclipse?
Oh, I didn't even have that. So for now, I'm just going to run with goat legs.
It's roll-a-roll.
See what happens if I fall from here.
American ingenuity.
Oh my god, this is so useful.
Fresh off his
I'm actually going to try this out up here.
The mechanical mammoth returns for his greatest challenge yet. American politics.
See how much of a damage, how much of a fall I can take.
While your legislation manages to somehow end world hunger, solve the pollution crisis, and balance the budget, I'm afraid I can't vote for it. Which is why when the session begins, I plan to filibuster that.
Wait, will this kill me? Well, that was a poor decision.
Congratulations, Robo.
So I still die. I guess 80% isn't all damage. It's like if it's enough to kill you, it doesn't really matter if it reduces 80% of it because 80... I'm not good with math actually, so I'm just going to shut up. See it. What about this? Did I just not take any damage? I'm going to actually probably have to roll with this because I mean stealth damage is nice and everything, but it only lasts so long. Wow. Okay, that is super useful. Goat legs. Wait, okay, where are we going to go? Right here. Yeah, but they're always the machines are broken. Porta diners are broken. What's this over here? Oh, these are the air purifiers. Can I do anything with it? System unavailable. I don't know what to do about that. Air purifier site. Ooh, we got a scavenger here. Wait, why are you kicking it? Hey, stop that. You're not going to get anywhere by doing that. Quit it. Stop.
They'll all want to do it easy when you have to force your way in. I could really use some body parts.
Let's see. What's in it for me?
Look, I'm not unreasonable. You'll get your slice of the pie. Don't worry about that.
I can help.
As many as I can get my hands on.
How many you need?
What do you call it?
I'll give you all. Doesn't seem like much, but it's never broken on me. No, let's get. We've got plenty of bobby pins.
I appreciate it. These will last me a while if you're careful. Here's your fair share.
A desk fan.
How many of these do I have to look through?
It's really. I mean, she basically just gave me junk, which. Hey, I mean, I have more than enough bobby pins. I don't need it all. Oh, cat meat. Ew. In the apocalypse, people will eat anything, unfortunately. Which, to be fair, is kind of like what cats do, so I guess it's like catty cat. Alright, so now we're to Beckley. Once we get to Beckley... Ooh, what's...
On this shining day and glorious Nuka World, a suspicious character seems to have made...
Oh, right, we need to stop by Nuka World. I meant to do that before. But then there was event after event. Alright, what's going on here?
And how will our brave Nuka heroes save the
I don't know what it is. Something about stumbling across cities in Fallout kind of gives me... I don't know, it's just because there's so much there. I guess it's kind of the reason why urban warfare is so deadly. It's the same reason why being in these areas kind of scares me. Even though it's just a game, it's like it's the, puts you on edge. Oh, wait, where'd that teddy bear go? Where'd the teddy bear go? I was going to collect it. Wait, is it? I legitimately have no clue where it went. It's like I don't think I picked it up. I would have remembered that. Whatever. Just a teddy bear that I would have scrapped anyway.
And arrived outside of the Nuka-Cola bottling plant, meeting Marco. Over here, Dr. Bola.
Oh, hold on. We've got some firefight. This calls for music. Oh, fuck. Ow. Ow. Wait. It only has one arm. Combat inhibitor. Oh shit. Where is it? Fuck. Fuck, fuck. Nuke mine. Uh-oh. Fuck, I did not think this through. Where are you? Well, that did it, I think. No, it didn't. Just about. I'm gonna play the acoustic guitar in Beckley. Oh, sweet. We're out. Honestly, this music not really helping. It's kind of putting me more on edge. I could really use for well, except for the fact that he was a Nazi. Fuck Wagner, but I really like I really like Valkyrie. Wait, where's that? All right, let's see if I can still get one shots. Yep. So I guess there really is no reason to use that one sneak skill, like extra sneak damage, when I should get the fall damage, because that would save me a lot more. Oh shit. Luckily they were still sleeping, so that was still a sneak attack. Sorry about this detour, I find stuff and I want to finish it. Oh wait, what's this? Play music on the rooftops of Beckley. I don't really see what this is supposed to be. Let's see. Is there more to this? It's just a miscellaneous. Oh, here's some buff out. Ooh, sniper rifle. Don't mind if I don't. Shit. Wait, stop moving. Wait, what? Where's the gutsy? Oh, it's a strength breaker. Ah!
Identify yourself. Law-abiding citizens will not be harmed.
I don't even know where I dropped these guys. I was there, so they should be... I'm like, all I remember was sniping them. I don't really remember where they were. Oh, here they were. Okay, I want to go to Graham's thing in time. I mean, if I don't make it, I don't make it. Okay. Oh wait, stop. Get up. Okay, let's see. Is there anything back down here that I need? And is it still going on? It is. Actually, Nuclear World, that's where I was going to go after this, so we'll go to this quickly. And in the meantime, I mean, it's not terribly interesting, so I'm just going to go to stream the rest of... Or we're going to hear a bit about Beckley. I mean, we're there for a bit, so I want to learn about it. Hey! Gesundheit. To myself. Alright, let's see. Beckley. What happened to Beckley?
Hello, I'm the Resolute Cartographer, and this is the story of what happened to Beckley, West Virginia. We'll start with the history of the real-world Beckley, and then move on to the in-game version, covering the layout of the town, and then the history of it within the Fallout universe. Real-world Beckley was founded on April 4th, 1838, in what was at the time Fayette County, Virginia, by Alfred Beckley, who named the city for his father, John James of the Fallout universe. Real-world Beckley was founded on April 4th, 1838, in what was at the time Fayette County, Virginia, by Alfred Beckley, who named the city for his father, John James Beckley.
Excuse me, he named the city after himself, and then afterwards was like, oh, I'm being nice, I'm going to name it after my dad. Like, excuse me, it's your last name. You're naming it after your family. You could say it's after your dad, but it's just as much after yourself. Because, He could have named it Johnsville, or I don't know. The point is that, like, just own it. Own that you named it after yourself or after your family. I think you could say the common denominator makes it that he named it after his family, but the point stands. Okay, let's see. What can I get rid of? Notes. Is there anything that they has that I need? Not really, no. Unfortunately. Maybe I can... I might be able to repair my armor, though, which would be nice. The hazmat suit's broken. I can wait on repairing the others for a while. I guess while I'm here, I might as well cook. No, Graham, let me cook. There's not enough room for 2 cooks in this kitchen. Yeah, time to cook. Come on, let me cook. Let me cook. Let him cook. Let him cook. Hi.
I find these two Beckleys to be interesting enough people that...
Oh, right. That made no sense because I'm not streaming the game right now, so you guys didn't know what I was doing. I was talking about Graham, who is on the stove.
Though this information is not specific to the city of Beckley itself, I want to share it. John J. Beckley was born in London in 1757 and sold at the age of 11 by his parents into indentured servitude with a mercantile company. He was sent to the colony of Virginia to serve as a scribe for a member of Virginia's elite, a job he held until his employer's death in 1773. John was elected as one of Virginia's first 12 councilmen in 1782 and went on to be elected mayor of Richmond, Virginia 3 times, starting in 1783. Over the years, he amassed large amounts of land in Western Virginia. In 1789, he became the first clerk of the United States House of Representatives, a post he would hold twice, originally from 1789 to 1797, and again from 1801 to 1807. Why the gap in the years holding the post? John was a Democratic Republican who ran the propaganda machine for his party and eventually functioned as the first American campaign manager working for Thomas Jefferson. These actions led the Federalists to remove him from his post in 1797, but he was reinstalled by Thomas Jefferson in 1801, and further was rewarded with the additional title of Librarian of Congress, the first to hold the job of overseeing the Library of Congress. John J. Beckley held those titles until his death in 1807. John's only son, Alfred Beckley, was born in Washington, D.C. in 1802, moving with the family to Pittsburgh, Virginia at the time of his father's death, and later on to Frankfort, Kentucky in 1814. Alfred attended the United States Military Academy at West Point, New York from 1819 to 1823. A position he was nominated for by both future President William Henry Harrison and current President James Monroe. After graduation, he served as United States Army Lieutenant from 1823 to 1836. He resigned his commission shortly following the end of a legal dispute that resulted in his inheritance of 56,679 acres of his father's land in Western Virginia. Before we get into the founding of Beckley in 1838, though, I'll quickly note that he served as a brigadier general in the Virginia militia during the Civil War.
Wow.
But he does not seem to have seen any action in the 6 to 8 months or so that he served as a Confederate before resigning his commission in February of 1862. He surrendered to the Union Army in Beckley on April 3, 1862, specifically surrendering to Union officer and yet another future president, Rutherford B. Hayes. He claimed no loyalty to the Confederacy, but to his home state of Virginia. He served time in 2 POW camps before being released June 18, 1862, returning home later that month, never again to participate in the war. But let's get back to the city of Beckley. When Beckley was granted its charter by the Virginia General Assembly in 1838, it was part of Fayette County, Virginia, so named for the Revolutionary War hero, the Marquis de Lafayette. In one more tiny bit of information not directly tied to Beckley, in the history of Virginia, there have been 2 Fayette counties, and neither of them are currently part of Virginia. The first Fayette County, Virginia, now Fayette County, Kentucky, existed from 1780 to 1792 before the separation of Kentucky from Virginia. The second Fayette County, Virginia was one of the 50 counties in western Virginia that seceded from the Confederate state of Virginia. Again, though, back to Beckley. In the early years of the city of Beckley, Alfred Beckley himself served many overlapping roles in government for both the city and for Fayette County. On January 23, 1850, Raleigh County, Virginia, so named for Sir Walter Raleigh, was split off from Fayette County, with Beckley becoming the county seat. Following the split from Fayette County, Alfred took up new roles in government, and he eventually became Raleigh County's representative to the West Virginia House of Delegates in 1877. One of Alfred's 6 sons, and the only one not to serve in the Confederacy, John Beckley became the first mayor in 1872. The 1880 census appears to have been the first count of the population of Beckley, measuring the population at 144. Raleigh County has been heavily involved in the coal industry and thus has been no stranger to the various accidents inherent in the mining industry. A plaque in Beckley details losses in various accidents, including in explosions at the Eccles mine, costing 180 lives in 1914 and 19 more in 1926. Along with this, the Royal Mine on New River, opened in 1891, has produced 791 million tons of coal at the cost of 2,121 miners. The population of Beckley grew quickly in the early to mid-20th century, rising 531.9% from 1900 to 1910. 1919 was a bad year for race relations in Raleigh County and the United States in general. With World War I drying up the sources of European immigrant labor for factories in the North, Southern blacks moved north to fill the job vacancies. The new competition for jobs between whites and blacks led to racial resentment forming. As veterans, including blacks, returned from overseas in 1919, tensions boiled over into horrific acts of violence, including one that took place in Raleigh County. 100 years ago to the day as I researched this, on December 27, 1919, Powell Green, a black World War I veteran, was accused of shooting a white movie theater owner. He was dragged by the neck from the back of a car for 2 miles before being hung from a pine sapling. I was shocked at the level of brutality of the crimes in 1919's Red Summer. Moving off that horrible time, though, and back into the coal industry, Beckley is home to the Beckley Exhibition Coal Mine. Opened in 1889 as the Phillips Sprague Mine, and producing its first coal shipment January 4, 1906, the mine ceased operations in 1953, before being reopened as the Beckley Exhibition Coal Mine in 1962. There even exists at this site a mine superintendent's home, moved to Beckley to be part of the exhibition mine from its original location in Skelton, West Virginia. This site exists within the in-game Beckley as well. The population of Beckley continued to grow through these years, rising to a peak of 20,492 in the 1980 census. Though the population has declined practically every census since, Beckley has worked hard to bring in tourists and to promote their city, including through the construction of the Tamarack, a tourist destination and artisan sales market where West Virginians have brought handcrafted products to market since 1996. The most recent estimated population of Beckley comes from 2018 at 16,183. The city is home to a few university campuses, including West Virginia University's Institute of Technology, the university that became Vault-Tec University in Morgantown in the Fallout universe. But that pretty much eats up most of what I found on real-world Beckley, so let's get into in-game Beckley. In the Fallout universe, Beckley was, before the bombs at least, the largest municipality in southwestern Appalachia. The town was home to 8 houses, a few apartment buildings, a gift shop, a barber shop, another barber shop, an attorney's office, an appliance store, a bookstore, a parking garage, a gun store, a pawn shop, a tattoo parlor, a theater, a liquor store, a bakery, a gas station, a few restaurants. This includes Sal's Grinders, Big Papa Mo's Lip Smackin' Sandwich Shack, a church, and the Beckley Coal Mine exhibit with attached park. Strangely, the town's businesses seem to have been inundated with proposals from the top of the world to run radio ads, with holotapes delivered to at least Sal's Grinders, the Beckley Mine exhibit, and the gas station. I say that this is strange because these 3 tapes are the only 3 of their kind that we find in Appalachia, leading me to wonder why Beckley is the site you find them. But I digress. The main source of the employment with the people in the area was the area's mines, a source of income that was severely threatened by the introduction of increasing automation and the replacement of humans with robots. The part of Appalachia in which Beckley lies was economically depressed before the war, a condition that likely led to Beckley's native daughter, Shannon Rivers, the voice actress for Mistress of Mystery, to be an advocate for the economically depressed residents of Appalachia. As more and more workers were replaced with equipment, including Hornwright Industrial's auto miners, discontent spread. Discontent turned to rioting eventually, and more so than in any other part of Appalachia, Beckley was a war zone. In Clarksburg, they blockaded the roads, but there's no sign of governmental or industrial response to these actions. In Beckley, the streets were an actual battlefield between striking workers, strike-breaking robots, and the National Guard. Appalachia appears to have been on the cusp of full revolution here, and in the spirit of the revolutions of 1848, barricades went up in the streets. These barricades appear to have actually been the reason for the fight, in part at least, as they prevented the movement of supplies up to the mines above Beckley. Unfortunately for the workers in Beckley, just as with the 1848 revolutions, their initial success was short-lived. It appears that despite the hard-fought fight, the strikers were having to make a run for it as strike-breaking robots fought without fatigue, and the National Guard came in with armored vehicles and hallucinogen gas. In the lead-up to the street fighting, the people of Beckley faced another threat, although this one came in an innocent-appearing package, a sandwich. Sal's Grinders, a sandwich shop opened by a miner's son, was an instant hit with the people of Beckley, offering sandwiches with cranberries. After a time holding a monopoly on the sandwich trade in Beckley, offering sandwiches with cranberries. After a time holding a monopoly on the sandwich trade in Beckley, a new sandwich shop opened across the street from Sal's. Big Papa Mo's Lips Mac and Sandwich Shack, operated by Sal's childhood rival Charlie, began to take over the market with their own cranberry sandwiches. Sal was soon on the verge of losing his business, as even he had to admit his sandwich wasn't as good as his rivals. Determined to discover the secret of his foe, Sal had pinpointed the difference in the sandwiches to the cranberries, and thus he stocked the supply truck. He discovered to his horror that the cranberries were being collected in a radioactive quarry in the cranberry bog. Charlie was poisoning the people of Beckley with his sandwiches. Though Sal swore he would get Charlie, we don't have any further record of their interactions. I have heard a theory that the proliferation of these radioactive sandwiches may be the cause of whatever turned the mole miners into what they are. It's an interesting theory, so I thought I'd share it, but I'm going to hold off final judgment on that account until it's in any way confirmed. After the unrest overcame the area, the shop ceased operation. In fact, we know thanks to the recorded observations of employees of the Bishie Company. After the war, Beckley was one of the targets for the responders when they created the fire breathers, in part to contact towns in the ash heap. I will note here, though, that I believe that the town was abandoned by this point, having lost most of its population in the riots, and the remainder to the bombs or to the migration of the aftermath of the bombs. Today, the streets are still a battlefield between the Scorch and the remaining strike-breaking robots. Feral ghouls roam the rooftops. In the small trailer park east of Beckley, mole miners and super mutants battle for supremacy. The air of the city is heavily polluted with soot, likely a result of Hornwright Industrial's efforts with the ash forges, devices originally designed to purify the air until Penelope Hornwright realized that these machines could be used as a form of mining if you consider the pollutants you're removing from the air to be your product. Acting like a comic book villain, her father Daniel Hornwright had entire mines set ablaze to capture useful materials with these ash forges. But machines that were intended to clean the air of the existing pollutants from normal mining activities could not have been expected to pull the vast quantities of newly introduced material out of the air quickly enough to keep it from seeping away from the mine sites. And thus the dangerously dirty air of the ash heap was born. And one final piece of information that we have, a local woman by the name of Ida Welch received a letter announcing her acceptance into Vault 51. A resident of Beckley seems to me to be an odd choice for Vault 51, given its far northern location and the amount of time it would take to travel to the vault on the day of the
Wait, what?
activities could not have been expected to pull the vast quantities of newly introduced material out of the air quickly enough to keep it from seeping away from the mine sites. And thus the dangerously dirty air of the ash heap was born. And one final piece of information that we have, a local woman by the name of Ida Welch received a letter announcing her acceptance into Vault 51. A resident of Beckley seems to me to be an odd choice for Vault 51, given its far northern location and the amount of time it would take to travel to the vault on the day of the bombs. But I think that'll do it for now for Beckley. This has been the Irresolute Cartographer. If you enjoyed this video and you want to see more, hit the subscribe button. If you liked it, hit the like button. If you have any comments or questions, leave them for me and I'll try to get back.
So I just unlocked this. Is there any lore about it? Or here, let's listen to it. Okay, this should be good. I'll get started.
New Coordinator arrived in Appalachia, and alongside 3 new public events, a new endgame boss, and a host of new characters, the fairgrounds are home to some interesting new lore that can be discovered. In today's video, I'll be going through 10 different things you may have missed, including the true origins of one NPC, exploring the difficult relationship between 3 of the park's residents, and some hints that we may not have actually seen the last of the Ultralight Titan just yet. Let's get started. First up today, we're talking about the biggest creature in Fallout 76, the Ultralight Titan. Although this battle can be initiated at any time, Pete Myers can provide us with a first description of the creature.
You've seen it though, right? Or heard it? I mean, it was huge. And with giant claws.
Instructed to investigate abandoned mineshaft 2 for clues, we arrive and immediately the ground will shake. Surrounding the area, large ultrasonic crystal shards jut out of the ground, and exploring more closely a number of clues can be discovered. Bodies litter the ground, investigating a Brahmin corpse look hints at the creature's size, and a scrawled note reveals that nothing worked, hitting its arm slowed it down, but it just came back stronger. But our quest objective can be found on the body of former Blood Eagle Jack Woodhouse. A holotape recording details his last encounter with the creature.
I gotta get out of here.
And upstairs we can find a diary as well that also appears to belong to him. Of particular interest, one entry details how bullets did nothing to the crystals, and instead using a pickaxe was better suited. This is actually a hint referencing how using a melee weapon is a necessity in the boss fight. After nuking abandoned mineshaft 2, the Titan emerges alongside a host of Ultramites, a new Mole variant, and mole miners to battle us in a brutal fight to the death. But perhaps most interestingly, the large crystals would form with each phase of the battle. These are inherently tied to the Titan itself, needing to be destroyed to damage it. Having a look under the map at any time, you can actually find these crystals waiting prior to the boss fight actually beginning. But in a general sense, they seem to signify where the Titan is located, or where it may have travelled through. Exploring the Tunnel of Love, we find the greatest concentration of these crystals. Reading through some entries by Alfonso on a terminal located at the entrance, he mentions awful noises and tales of some monster moving through the tunnels, which actually lines up pretty well with what Jack Woodhouse's final words were. Defeating the Titan within each allotted time limit brings an end to the creature, and as it crashes to the floor, we can inspect the body, quite literally walking inside, which is an interesting feature. However, the large ultralight crystal shards can also be found at another location since this update. Travelling to Welch, at the back of the mole miner infested town, is where we can find some more. And they aren't alone either, as the Ultramites from the boss fight can also be found here too. So, taking stock for a moment, I want to ponder a couple of questions. Why can the crystals also be found in Welch in particular? And why are the oversized crystals appearing now at all? And I think an answer can potentially be found in the original lore of the mineral itself. Atomic mining services use atomic detonations to mine deeper than ever before, and at this depth
Ooh,
is
happy
where they
420.
discovered ultracite, and the corporation quickly realized its potential. Terminals found in the glass cavern note how AMS fully believed it to be the future fuel source for the entire United States, and with them in control of the supply, their hegemony on the market. Entering into partnerships with Hornwright Industrial, the Garahan Mining Corporation, and Poseidon Energy, ultracite would be used to power Watoga, and it would be used as fuel in the Poseidon energy plant. Taking the minerals used nationwide, however, was not immediately an option, as reading through the ultracite R&D report on the CEO Coulson's terminal in the AMS corporate headquarters, we learned that contact between pure ultracite and depleted ultracite caused both materials to suffer a corrosive reaction. This is the same reaction that is actually caused by ultracite weaponry being used against Scorched, which exhibit pure ultracite crystals. Continuing through the report though, Welch takes center stage. The admission that Mineshaft 9 was previously marked a failure after the initial atomic detonation. But ultracite suddenly developed at a rapid pace, leading to veins bursting into the town itself. Charleston Herald provides a second account of AMS's actions after this. Entitled Corporate Bully, this edition describes the corporation's return to the town, claiming the land itself and its unfortunate residents of former homes. Hostility boiled over, leading to protests, cover-ups, evictions, and the arrival of infamous security personnel. The CEO's terminal confirms that AMS did not understand the creation process of ultracite itself. In the present day, this conflict is long dead. AMS are gone. The miners remain, changed and more hostile than ever before. We find the ores in the town still, but as of this update, it would seem that ultracite has actually entered its next stage of evolution. The commonality with its initial discovery by AMS? Atomic radiation. The mine shafts, which rapidly filled with ultracite, had first been subject to atomic detonations pre-war. And post-war, radiation is unsurprisingly abundant. The crystals we find at Welch now are also, of course, home to the Ultramites, meaning both aren't actually specific to the boss fight, and in my opinion hint that the Ultracite Titan may have a future as an area boss similar to the Wendigo Colossus, which can sometimes spawn in nuke zones. Eager to test this, we did nuke Welch to see if anything happened, but sadly, nothing did. It was a stretch, as nothing was mentioned prior to this update, but who knows? The prospect of Ultracite developing further, potentially leading to more Titans, is an interesting concept. However, circling back to the Tunnel of Love, there are more discoveries to be made inside the mine. Starting back at Alfonso's terminal, the series of messages addressed to Abigail begin with an explanation. Alfonso and a team of miners were sent into the long-abandoned mineshaft looking for fancy-looking crystals. Another reference to the ultracite crystals, and another indication of how sought after these were. He also mentions finding baseball memorabilia in a storage room, which we can actually find scattered around the terminal. But in the November entry, we find a first mention of awful noises and ghosts. By the final entry, the sound of things scratching at the wall, burrowing, and the feeling of being watched at all times was becoming too much for Alfonso. So leaving this terminal behind, it was time to head further into the mineshaft. Passing this camera, look out for this nice little detail of these photos that, taking a closer look, are actually filled with what looks like player characters. There are some classic outfit combinations on show in these pictures, and it was actually confirmed to be a cut feature in a recent livestream by Bethesda, as originally the cameras would have flashed each time players walked by. Heading further down the tunnels into the main room, a deathclaw nest can be found tucked away in a corner, littered with bones, cracked eggs, and freshly mined ultracite crystals, in close proximity to barrels of ultracite, which share similarities to standard radioactive barrels found elsewhere. Heading up the scaffolding at the back, we arrive at an automated refinery. Crystals lay on the conveyor belt, and circling around the side, we see that these barrels were being filled with processed crystals, which, considering our findings earlier on, may have made this ultracite refined and potentially depleted, making the barrel's proximity to the pure crystals a potential hazard. Behind this, though, we can find a note entitled Ghosts, which lies on the table here. Echoing the thoughts of Alfonso, the note's author describes the chilling sensation of sounds heard within the mine, pickaxes striking against stone, and a theory that these are in fact ghosts of victims of the 1907 Monongah mining disaster, which is a real-world event and is considered to be the worst mining disaster in American history, when 362 miners were killed. What's particularly interesting about this note, though, is an identical one can also be found inside Monongah Mine. Also entitled Ghosts, it can be found just before the boss fight on a pushcart and is word for word exactly the same. I'm not sure if this is an oversight or it has some significance, but its placement in the Monongah Mine, where the 1907 disaster actually took place, seemingly made more sense. Heading outside, though, it's time to talk with the fairgrounds residents.
Alright, that's where I'm at right
Immediately
now.
to our left, we find a ghoul vendor called Betty. Asking who she is, she has a lot to say.
I'm Betty. I run this little shop. My papa used to call me Missy since all I brought was misfortune. Maybe he was right, but I prefer Betty. Or maybe Sunny, seeing as I don't bring nothing but sunshine now.
It turns out that Betty isn't actually her real name, but a preferred one. It's hard to miss the detail about her other nickname, Missy, and we can ask her to explain further.
Death. Or at least, that's what Papa said. Mama didn't make it when she had me. It weren't my fault.
Another speech option, and the decision behind naming herself Betty becomes clearer.
Oh, not long at all. I'm actually a local. As local as you can get, really. I was born over at the Belching Betty.
As it's revealed, she was actually born at the Belching Betty mine, making her the only local member of the Nuka World on tour. Betty's a friendly face.
Here's a smile just for you. Bye now.
It's in stark contrast to another vendor who is also close by. Opposite Betty, we meet Del Walsh. Del doesn't seem to have much time for us, or apparently anyone else at the fairgrounds.
Another day of my genius wasted.
Muttering to himself and short-tempered, he has little interest in engaging us in conversation.
I'm Del, medic, busy, so let's keep this short.
But when pressed, he does reveal that in fact he once worked at the main Nuka World.
Well, not that it's really any of your business, but I worked at the Nuka World theme park prior to the war.
It's actually a neat little tie-in, as Del actually appeared first in holotape in Fallout 4.
This is Del Walsh. I'm a paramedic in Nuka World's Infirmary Center, and this report is dated July 14th, 2077.
The other big takeaway from being in proximity to Del is his apparent dislike for Pat, the exuberant organizer of the tour.
Hope Pat leaves me alone today.
Going as far to warn us about staying away from her, and pressing him for more details, he explains why.
But definitely stay away from Pat. Every day, she complains about my chems.
The relationship between Pat, Del, and Pete is a complicated one. Pete is a chem addict, and the main point of contention is around the continued supply of chems that Del claims he needs and Pat strongly believes he does not. Even Gunter has his thoughts on this too, and we can learn the most about all of these characters through a series of diaries and notes that are located at the employees' campsite, which can actually be found atop of this hill. Getting to the bottom of who is correct or not will require looking for some evidence. Starting with Del's trailer, we find a creepy doll in a briefcase, but on the dresser we find his journal. Beginning with his time at Nuka World, it progresses through the news of his new job and the hope his parents are impressed, which we discover not long after that they weren't, and it goes through to the aftermath of the war and the deaths of Randall and Muriel, who are actually the parents of Pat and Pete, who previously ran the tour before them. A big time jump later, and we have a detailed account of Del's position. He claims Pete cannot cope without prescriptions, and Pat simply doesn't understand that he's keeping him alive. As a doctor, he knows what's best. But our investigation won't stop here. We still need to hear from the other two, and Del's notes actually don't give us an indication of what exactly he's been prescribing to Pete. So heading down the hill, there are two more trailers belonging to Betty and Gunter. The first one belonging to Betty is actually empty, but outside of Gunter's we found a note written by Pat addressed to Del. Clearly, she's very angry and doesn't think much of the prescription. Inside Gunter's trailer, we find his diary up on the side here. We'll be returning to look at this in more detail, but skipping forwards, we find in the 2092 entry that Del was first asked by the group to keep an eye on Pete. By 2098, the situation has become more critical, with Pete being found in a ditch as he'd nearly overdosed. Though Gunter actually does note that the actual work Pete has been doing around the park has drastically improved, with the attractions and robots in great shape. Heading back up, it's time to look in Pat's trailer. Leaving the management terminal for the moment, a diary is found at the back of the room on a bedside table. What's interesting is a similar incident is discussed in an entry dated 2094. Pete was found in a ditch, pumped up on Daddy-O. Again. This is actually the first mention of one of the chems that Pete has been using, but our final stop will confirm what more of these are. Heading into Pete's trailer, immediately we can spot 2 notes, and some discarded chems under the bed. And the drug in question? Miniature-grade amphetamine, Psycho. Now for a little reading as we brave some of Pete's poetry. We learn that Pete believes Del's prescription is actually helping him to write his poetry, and in his first poem, Daddy-O is mentioned again. At the end of the second poem, the line, "The Fury keeps me going," might be a reference to the much stronger version of Psycho called Fury, or just Psycho itself. The final poem ends with no direct mention, but Pete's final diary entry does mention he sees something crazy big behind the camp. We know, of course, that actually he wasn't making something up, as he did actually see the Octocyte Titan. But taking stock then, let's see what we know from the evidence. Of the 2 chems, Daddy-O seems to make more sense. Described as being popular with beatniks and intellectuals before the Great War, it raises intelligence and perception at a cost of charisma. But Psycho? The Psycho addiction message from the original Fallout sums it up best, I think. As it said, if you do not take Psycho on a regular schedule, you will suffer. If you do, others will suffer. This chem is a popular one with some of the more violent raider gangs in the region, and it's been called names like Angry Juice and the Big Red One in Fallout New Vegas. Essentially, on the surface, it seems like a strange choice for Pete, who is described as being a little bit depressed, and it definitely seems like a bad chem for him to become addicted to. So in considering all of this, I'm inclined to agree with Pat, looking at the evidence. Moving on, the second note in Pete's trailer is actually from Betty. She's asking if you'd like to show her around the Tunnel of Love for what sounds a lot like a date. Gunter's diary also references Betty taking a liking to Pete, and we can of course ask the man himself. After complimenting my face for the umpteenth time,
I like your face.
you can ask Pete what he thinks about Betty.
She seems nice enough. It keeps inviting me to the Tunnel of Love. Don't quite understand why she can't just go alone. I got things to fix.
Turns out this isn't the first time she's tried. After pointing out the seemingly obvious,
I doubt that. She's cute, but even if that were true, I don't know that I'm that way inclined, if you know what I mean.
we have some more options on what to ask next.
What? No, I didn't mean it like that at all. I'm still just trying to figure things out for myself, you know? I don't know. Maybe not, or maybe I am. This wasteland is complicated enough. Trying to understand myself, too. Oof. But hey, good talk, right? Part of me wishes I didn't feel that way, but it wouldn't be fair to make her think otherwise.
Seems fair enough, so without wanting to pry any further, we leave Pete to his privacy and head to Most Wanted to talk to the authentic, glorified cowboy, Gunter.
Well, hello there, partner.
Except that our friend here, it turns out, isn't from the Wild West at all. Talking with Gunter, he can provide you some information about Most Wanted.
A few different ways, but the easiest is by sticking up one of these townsfolk.
And you can ask him why the Wild West even has a place in Nuka Worlds, and he does explain it by saying,
Well, it's a play on words. You know, dry as thirst, needing that sweet, sweet Nuka-Cola like an oasis in the desert. Spend time in Dry Rock Gulch, and you'll be thirsting for a gulp of Nuka-Cola.
talking to him, he's a very committed actor, and he will be in character even off the clock. But to discover more about his origins, we need to head back to the campsite. Make sure to read the notes around the complaints bin, as there are some humorous and accurate reviews about the game show Most Wanted. But heading back to Gunter's trailer and taking a look at his diary, it opens with an entry from 2055. At a time, Gunter lived at an orphanage and was involved in an incident that led to him leaving. A lady named Tabitha was mistreated, and he did something to another guy at the orphanage. What exactly this was, we don't learn, but it was bad enough for him to go out on his own. It's actually worth noting as well that Tabitha is also the name that he gives to the animatronic horse in the Most Wanted event. A year later, he was hired by Nuka World, and we learned that it was his cowboy impressions that helped him get the job, which is something he'd learned watching old westerns with his father. On the final page, it's revealed that he was a resident of Boston, and the orphanage was located there. I did do a quick check to see if any cropped up in Fallout 4, but all I could find was one on the Far Harbor Island, so I'm not sure if that would be the same orphanage or if it's just someone we never actually got to see. But after a time jump, the 2077 entry confirms that Gunter never did get to see Texas in the end. Sheltering with the kids, Pete and Pat, and some sewers, he eventually left to find their parents, which actually led to him turning into a ghoul. The final discovery from the fairgrounds for today can be found on the manager's terminal in Pat's trailer. There's a lot to read on the terminal, including Pat's personal log, which mentions raiders attacking, the yearly earnings and losses Nuka World on tour makes, but perhaps most interestingly, the staff jobs list. There's a lot of names on here, and it gives an indication of how many people have been lost during the tour. Looking around the fairgrounds itself, it does seem pretty barren. There are empty stalls, unmanned shops, and damaged ground names on here, and it gives an indication of how many people have been lost during the tour. Looking around the fairgrounds itself on here, and it gives an indication of how many people have been lost during the tour. Looking around the fairgrounds itself, it does, and it gives an indication of how many people have been lost during the tour. There's a lot of names on here, and it gives an indication of how many people have been lost during the tour. Looking around the fairgrounds itself, it does seem pretty barren. There are empty stalls, unmanned shops, and damaged rides. It's fair to say that Nuka World on Tour isn't in the best shape currently. But what I found particularly interesting is there's a further 5 members of the park we haven't met yet. Harold Reeves and Rebecca Mabry on a supply run, Omar Green, Ox, and Jackie are out hunting. And I haven't had an extensive look yet, but I wonder if these might be random encounters that could be added. Let me know in the comments if you've run into any of these characters in future. I hope you enjoyed these 10 lore discoveries. I've enjoyed the new events, and I've really enjoyed these new lore additions, particularly around Ultrasight. Eager to get people's thoughts on this in particular, and anything else covered in the video. The new ally Leo Petrov also has some very interesting lore connections, both to other Fallout games and 76, so look out for a lore video on him very soon. If you enjoyed this particular video, then why not drop a like on it as well. With that said, I'm off. Thank you for watching, and we will see you in the next one.
Interesting. So you present, stop screen, present, share screen, share screen. Here. So this was the this new Nuka Zapper gun that I got. It's not really 100% sure what it actually does. I mean, I see what it says, but that doesn't really tell me much about what it does. Let's see, so what's going on here? Featured. So I already did that. What's up with this person's camp? Let's go check it out. And let's just run there. So it's to the west. Let's see, radio.
Another beautiful morning in Yucatan, USA. The sun is blazing in the sky and the park is bustling with activity. It appears some of the staff are gathered in the amphitheater. And as luck would have it, our heroes are headed there right now. Let's see what's occurring.
Oh, this is a cool fit.
Good morning, Mr. Branderton. Oh, hello there, Charlie. Charlie, too. What brings you over here so early on this fine morning?
We got some deliveries for you.
Gotta drink some Nuka Cola.
We all do it inside this dusty old theater on such a beautiful day, isn't it?
Well, it is the grand opening day of my exciting new theater production, the likes of which could surpass even the most quintessential once-in-a-lifetime viewing experiences. I call it Nuka Puzzle. Well, that sounds kind of familiar. It tells the tragic tale of a beloved heroine trapped.
Ooh, gold. Is there some gold kind of? Wait, where'd he go? Oh.
Hey there. You also looking for some?
Oh wait, why do you keep turning? Oh wait, here.
Hey there. You also looking for some treasure?
Is there some kind of new gold rush?
You haven't heard it? Look at all the folks coming back. People are always telling me about massive amounts of gold waiting to be uncovered.
Oh, I've got to take a picture of him saying that next to that gold vein. Too funny.
You haven't heard? Look at all the folks coming back. People are always telling me there are massive amounts of gold. Well, I guess it's your lucky day. I'm this fat, and I ain't got a clue about what it means.
Sure. I put some buffalo sauce on this cookie. It's going to be interesting.
Maybe you'll have better luck than I do. Happy day.
March here. Whatever shall we do? Look a puzzle.
I'm gonna strike it big, baby.
Sorry. I just took your gold.
Will be all right, Emily. I promise. Okay, fine. But I'm playing the hero. Give the dress, Charlie. The pair got into their outfits. Charlie rather unwilling, and nervously made their way onto the stage. The sound to play went without a hitch. The pair gasped, laughed, and cried in all the right places, remembering all of the lines from Mr. Bradford's incessant bragging about how greatly written they were. But as the curtains opened on the final scene, suddenly the light snapped off, and Dorothy's hateful laughter was heard.
Is there more gold?
From the corner of his eye, Charlie spotted a shadowy figure crossing the stage. Stop right there, you.
Where's this person's camp? Oh no, it disappeared. Seriously? So I've just spent this whole thing for... Well, I guess on the bright side I found that gold vein. I'm gonna get to the top of this.
Illuminating the villain who stood at the side of the stage. It was none other than the Bim Vader himself. Damn you losers, ruining all my fun. You may have saved the play, but I'll get you next time. And with that, the Bim Vader flew out of the emergency exit door.
Wait, what was that?
Charlie and Emily afloat on the stage. The room was silent for a few minutes before the guests started slowly clapping. Louder and louder it became.
Let's see what is going to open. How much? 10 caps there. We'll go there. Oh, and then there's that Jamboree Moonshine event that we'll go to.
Our heroes quickly bowed and left the stage, hearts racing from the thrill of the performance. But as soon as they appeared backstage,
Charlie, Melanie, thank goodness you're both all right. No surprise that nasty Bim Vader was behind the power cut. Turns out that no-gooder gave the real actors the wrong directions to the amphitheater. Thank God you two were here. Park's reputation was almost ruined.
of course, that Bim Vader is no match for us. Happy to help. Another day easily saved from the evil clutches of the Bim Vader. Where will he strike next? And will his dastardly actions never be brought to justice? Find out next time on Tales from Nuka World. Stay tuned. For adventure
Tonight, in Chapter 1 of Zorbo's Revenge, we find ourselves within the cold metallic walls of Planet Sipulor's military headquarters. It is here, pinned over a shiny titanium map of the neighboring galaxy, that the distinguished General Confusion plans his next invasion.
The glory, the gunfire, the screams of helpless aliens under my command. Another planet will soon fall to the steely might of Sipulor. Now, if only I could make sense of this.
Little does our alloy overlord know that the nefarious Dr. Zorbo has infiltrated the facility and is making his way closer as we speak.
Blast this grand effort. I need to learn of your dust to my spaceship for ascension. But I should reach General Confusion's personal team.
Is there anyone at Moonshine Jamboree? No, there's not.
My own galaxy. No wonder I can't find the invasion target.
I guess what we could do is, if we go to Fort Atlas, and then we'll go figure out what happened with the nucleoshine.
Who stood up to the repugnant morals of that astronaut and his monkey. You must be the one and only Captain Cosmos.
Yes, Your Honor, to be. Wait, what? You got us backwards. I'm Dr. Zorro.
Is that so? I can't quite see you. Let me raise my optical lens.
Watch where you're shooting. We are on the same side. At least I think we are.
My apologies. That was my optical disintegrating beam. I really need to get those buttons further apart.
Yes. But as I was saying, I am the former and future Emperor of the Universe, the glorious Dr. Zorro. And I have heard tell of your authoritarian pursuits, General. You shall be honored to serve me in a quest to take back my rightful claim on the universe.
Excellent! My recruitment drive has really come to a standstill recently, Dr. Zirconium. To have you come and volunteer to command an army in honor of Spinulor, it brings horror to my conscience.
Oh, that is disgusting. Now, how did you even come to that misunderstanding, General? After all, your martial prowess is truly admirable. But your deductive reasonings.
Oh, shit. That was not my bad. I thought it was part of the camp.
What was that? We must band together and build a giant death machine to take down Jingles the Moon Mongoose? Now, what is it?
Ooh, is this the round table? Sweet, I got the plans for that.
Let's get started immediately.
How did you? I didn't even make it. Oh, never mind. You'll sort this out later. A spike cage. What in the world is your personal chamber ringlet?
No, leave them alone. They're just yearlings. If you do that, I will. No. Stop. Leave them alone. Run. Run, Bambi. I'm not going after them. I'm just making sure that they got away. Stupid stationary turrets. You can't. Let's see. I'll go to frat row. I'm going to change how I'm doing this. Let's see. Stop screen, present, share screen, and then if I do a full entire screen, so share audio. This song kind of sounds like the like Hatikva. This is where it stops, kind of sounding like it. Yeah, that's really where it doesn't sound as much like. خوشی بنیما Alright, let's try out this new Thirst Zapper, Nuka. Okay, Ada Psy House. Please let it be a short load. Sweet. Ada Psy Protectron. Just going to scrap all this shit. Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. Holy crap. Is there a... Oh my god.
Personal log. Timestamp 1120761344. My special edition Nuka-Cola lamp arrived in satisfactory condition. After a few modifications,
I'm greatly pleased. I clearly now have the greatest Nuka-Cola collection in the city. But I've pushed the capacity of this meager hovel to the limit. Solution. I need to procure a warehouse in Morgantown for further expansions. But first, I need the proper financial capital. I clearly need to strategize a successful commercial enterprise. University students are plentiful, but what do they want? Aha! Proposal. Students love alcohol, and I love Nuka-Cola. I shall formulate a high-proof distilled spirit with Nuka-Cola. The perfect beverage. Just needs a name. Nuka-Hall, Nuka Badge, Nuka Brew. I'll get to that part later.
Oh, shit. No, I'm stuck. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, shoot.
The well, you need biochemical reactions to convert glucose to ethanol.
Let's see this. We need to talk. You're the smartest person I know. The Nuka-Shun project would be nowhere without you. I know that when you told us you need a little extra space to think, we gave that to you. No questions asked. Space to think, not space to develop your hobby. Well, hobby is generous. It's more of an obsession at this point. Listen, every genius is entitled to their idiosyncrasies, but we could really use this space for pledges. I wish we could talk in person, but nobody knows how to find you these days. Please get in touch, Lewis. I miss the old Lewis, the not crazy Lewis. Judy. All right. Hello. There. This is a really cool room. I mean, it's a bit crazy though. Have a nuke. Now I'll deconstruct all this shit. Oh, here. Forgot this. Oh, and there's upstairs. Cool. Let's see, so...
The furnace, we need the skill. 2, 1.
Alright, sugar bombs, kitchen scale. Nuka-Cola. Iguana soup. Closed door. Rum. Pepper. Salt. Alright, so pepper, salt. Aluminum can. V2 coffee cup. Here, Unstoppables board game. Whoa! Was that the robot? Oh, this is cool. Oh, it's like chess, but it's with the it's with different robots. Desk fan. Door open. Judy's terminal. That's what we're looking for. But what's in here? Pickaxe Pilsner. V2 Jack and Jane specimen jar. Cool little room. Not gonna lie, I like this. Here. Let's see. Personal terminal. RoboBrain. Let's see. I don't say this lightly. I nearly peed myself today. All was dark and quiet at the speakeasy as expected until I went to the back room and came face to face with one single giant. Oh wait, we heard about this last night. Supply room. Had to lock everything in the supply room at the speakeasy today. Let's see. So here it is, Shine. Password is Shine. If anyone finds out what Lucas is back there, that he's been adding, what he's adding to the Nuka Shine recipe, it'll be bad. I hope I can forget about it and put it on. Put on a good face for everyone. Tonight's the big night. Nuka Shine's invited to the biggest party of the year, and for once, pets are too. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the fall for them. I know this can't last forever, but it'll be worth it, right? Pledges. Here. Pledge guidelines. What was alright. Okay, so it goes down starting there. So okay, cool. It's like a fractal, or not a fractal, but wait. So did I knock this all over when I? I think I just ruined whoever's game that was, but it also probably ended like 25 years ago. Alright, so now we have to go to the supply room. Anyway, we'll continue with, what was this? 10 hidden secrets found in.
Exploring post-war Appalachia, you'll discover a world full of strange...
Where was that?
Exploring post-war
I don't know where this is.
Appalachia, you'll discover a world full of strange creatures, dark secrets, and many random encounters. In today's video, I'll be going through 10 different things you may have missed, including some secret dialogue between Grom and a camp ally, the unfortunate fate of a truth seeker, a peeping gnome, and mounting evidence that nothing is real, and we're actually just trapped in a simulation. Let's get started. Shoe in for Appalachia's most popular resident, Grom and his faithful companion Charlie travel the roads of West Virginia on an unending quest for the perfect trade.
Gram's delivery.
Shoe in for Appalachia's most popular resident, Grom and his faithful companion Charlie travel the roads of West Virginia on an unending quest for the perfect trade.
Gram's delivery service. Same day. Maybe. Or not. You never know. Me neither.
He isn't just popular with us the Vault Dwellers though, and is widely known amongst Appalachia's other residents.
I heard there's a super mutant in Appalachia who's all about business. Now there's a guy with his priorities straight.
More no Gram. He have pet too, and not eat. More like this.
I'm told there's a certain traveling merchant out there who really, really loves meat. He's asked for songs about it, and this is about as close as I can get. Enjoy.
Seemingly popping up just about everywhere, he even gets a mention in this holotape called Isla's Plans from Beckett's quest Eye for an Eye.
And I'm gonna set up a nice farm with some ramen and potatoes. I talked with Grom about it, and he said he'd stop by. Said he likes stopping by those places now.
Budding friendships with other wastelanders, and always happy to see us. One of Grom's best friends in Appalachia is actually the other ally, the astronaut Sophie Blair. She will mention him multiple times during her quest line. But reading through their dialogue on the wiki, I came across a very amusing conversation that admittedly I am yet to hear in game. After some pretty extensive testing to try to get this to initiate, I am out of ideas, so if you've heard this yourself, definitely let me know in the comments. But for now, let's just give it a listen.
Oh, my head. Oh, I think I have a concussion. Where am I? Oh, why do you look like that?
Hey, you. You're different from other species. You seem fresh. What stinky? How so not stinky?
Oh, well, okay. Thanks. It's probably because I haven't been irradiated and soaked with all the despair yet. No doubt I'll probably start stinking soon, though. Being in space kept me safe from a lot of things for a while.
Space? You from the moon? Or the sun? Or the little twinkles?
The space station, yes. But before it crashed. Well, that is in the past, though.
Can you take Charlie to space? Charlie want to fly someday. Graham okay with the Graham, but Charlie have dreams.
I haven't been able to get in touch with the USSA.
What do space people
Oh,
eat?
that's funny.
You eat meat?
Like a cow jumped over the
Space
moon.
meat. Moon meat?
Alright, so here we are. Alright, here we have to go through here. So the password is shine. Let's see. Okay. Security control, open door. So it's a portable fuel tank, nuclear waste. Nuclear ingredients, part 2. Nuclear material. Is there any Nuka-Cola Quantum here? I shouldn't have used all that I had before. Well, I'll deal with that later. Where are we off to now? Okay, let's see. I guess we could do... Um, hmm.
Moon meat? No. I eat grains, plants, mushrooms.
Moon meat?
Moon meat? No. I eat grains, plants, mushrooms. I don't eat meat. Wait. Do you think the moon is made of meat?
Oh, greenies, like Charlie. See? Charlie is ready for space. Charlie is going to the moon. Ha 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 ha.
Oh man,
Oh,
it's too funny.
well, I doubt that we could find a helmet.
Charlie isn't moo moo for long. Soon Charlie is moon moon. Ha!
It's pretty funny, not gonna lie. see, what else can I do? Junk. No, I'm just going to drop off the Nuka Thurstopper Quantum. And is it Nuka Cherry or Cherry? Just Cherry. And then also drop off the ammo. Let's see. Where is the 2-shot? Let's see, this one is $3.95. Yeah, let's get that back. Let's see, so if that's... Alright, perfect. Anything else that I want? I guess we... You know, I am going to try this out real quick, even though I'm not going to use it because it's too heavy. I might take the Endangered Sword with me. Let's see, so it's called... What is it called, the thing that I just got out? It's the... Pepper shaker. Ooh, this is fun. Honestly, I might have to... The shells? What is this? Weapons... I might have to play around with this. This is a lot of fun. Escape artist with goat legs. And did I switch out? Oh, right. First aid. And then scrapper. Nope, can't get anything for this. Endanger all. You know, in that case, I guess maybe... How much does our shotgun weigh? Barely anything. That shells, you know... I'm at 313, 385. What can I drop that wood? Let's see, Nuka. Here, I'll get rid of the claim tokens, get rid of the copper ore, get rid of this gold ore, get rid of the silver ore, get rid of this unrefined coal, this ultracite ore, and this uranium ore. These tokens too. Anything else that weighs? This nuclear key card. I guess, you know, I could store... I'm going to store the other cards that I get too. Legendary core. That doesn't weigh anything. Jersey Devil card. I don't need these repair kits. Blue Devil card. Notes. Oh wait, what I just bone charged? No, that doesn't belong there. Notes. Probably have some known notes. Wait, what did I just drop in there? Here. Let's see. It'll all be on the... Oh, here. here, and I don't need fusion cores. So let's see, we could use more shells. How much do the shells cost? The entire thing is 6. I guess let's go with this. 300. Okay, that's good. 385. And I have enough ammo for everything here. Let's see. Wait, what are the downsides to, let's see, effects? -4 intelligence. Oh, okay, so if I move speed plus reload speed, hunger thirst plus 50 while moving. So if I got rid, wait, what was it that I was thinking of doing? Because it would have, oh, right here. Class Freak. By 75%, honestly, it's not that bad. So is there anything else that I could switch it out for when I'm... I think I'll just leave super... chance your weapon will repair itself when hitting an enemy. Will greatly repair itself. Honestly, I think I'll just stick with what I have right now. And then instead of this, do I have Wasteland, Charisma? I'm surprised I don't have. Oh wait, but no, I'm not by myself. I don't know why I was thinking that'd be a good thing. Oh, and Dangerous syringe. That's what I needed. Syringer ammo. The entire thing weighs 1, so I'll just take it all. It's really not that much. Okay, so I'm going to undo this. I'll reset how I have my priorities here. So, so let's start off with 1, which will be our this. Oh, and then we can also store the Tambo because I don't need the Tambo for anything anymore. It's called Tone Deaf. Oh, it's like Tone Deaf. So, so then our pistol. And then I actually also want to get out that pistol. What was it called? It was the Fact Finder. That takes 44. Okay. So where's our Alright, so we still have this suppressors. Wait, so then where's the weapon? Assassin short plasma pistol. Is it this the one I'm thinking of? I mean, it's good, but there might be another plasma pistol that I have. Let's see, this one, as health increases, this one actually is pretty good also. So I'll check out which one is better. And I guess, yeah, because I have the extra weight, I'm going to take the overkill, so. So he's 10, that's a lot. Yeah, so let's see. Weapons, which one's better? Plasma pistol. So this versus the assassin's short plasma. Oh, definitely. I know which one's better then. So don't need this one. So weapons, fact finder. Where's fact finder? Oh, the fact finder. We need ammo for this, so it's a 44. And that entire thing is 2, so we'll take that. Oh, okay, that is pretty cool. So then we have these other pistols just in case. Though you know what, I am going to check. How much is... I have the 2-shot. I think it's 2-shot. 10mm pistol. It's not that good though. I don't like the last magazine thing. So I think I'll just stick with this one for now. So that's 3, and then the plasma pistol. Plasma pistol. So what comes after the plasma pistol? Fixer. Probably before that should be a shotgun. So the fixer. So where's our shotgun? Shotgun. Then we'll go with the fixer. Then we'll go for I don't know if let's see. So that's the fixer. So 1, 2. So we already have that set up. So 1, 2, 3. So we have 3 more new ones. So we've got to fit in the railway rifle. I mean, we don't need the railway rifle. We could replace that with. So before this, the fixer would be there. Oh, we also can't forget about the napalmer. Could we do this? Let's see, fixer. No, that should go before that. So maybe get rid of the hunting rifle first, and then here. Then do this one first, then this. Yeah, perfect. So then we have space for 2 more. So I guess it's a matter of deciding. Let's see. So this is a 334 versus. Well, yeah. If you know what? I don't need the Fat Man launcher right now. It would just overcomplicate things. So overkill. Don't need this either. Right now, at least. So we got 2 more. So that means I'm going to use that for. How much is a Gatling plasma? That's 288. So I should probably hold on to that. Or. Shoot. Let's see, do I need the railway rifle then? That weighs 416. I don't need the railway rifle because I'm replacing it in this build right now. So here. So there we're going to use this, and then I mean, actually, if I really need to take a picture of something, I could always do it a different way. So I'm going to... Shit, I'm trying to figure this out. So there, should probably use this. Then we're going to go with this. And then, actually, wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Because I have my own internal logic here going on. So we need to do... First, we need to do physical damage. Then we need to do some sort of, like, energy damage. And then we need to finish off with this, like, plasma damage. But then we need to... Where's the... Here. Finish off with that plasma damage. So, let's see, where is it? And then we can drop off this excess ammo. So now we're doing pretty good, actually. So yeah, this is fun. I am going to enjoy this. Let's see, apparel, BTU, BTU. Alright, we're going to change armor back to, or apparel back to this. Special ops, here. So now that we're here, oof, I kind of lost track of the time. So, let's see, we have two things here. It goes from the Appalachians, Brotherhood of Steel's passport. Wait, let's see what's it. I'm going to go over here, surface to air. Repair and defend against an air surface, was this, an ASAM, a surface to air missile, but maybe, what, I don't know what the A part is. ASAM. Meaning. Military. Air and surface achievement medal? No. Anti-surface air missile? I don't know. Automated surface to air. Oh shit. Wait, where's the... Oh, here it is. This is actually pretty accurate. Heal, damn it. Pepper shaker time. Oh shit, we got another one. Where are we fighting this again. I love that this is basically the like bullet version of a flamethrower. Gotta repair this, buddy. You know what? I think I am going to go with that. It's always nice to get a free repair. It's actually super nice for tagging enemies because it might not do a whole lot of damage, but you can definitely get it pretty easily. Bada bing, bada boom. Get wrecked. Oh shit, that's far out. I'm gonna decom this first so I don't have to run the whole way. I mean, so I don't have to walk the whole way. Let's see, what is there anything here that I could use? No. And then what else was it? Free range? No. Oh, right. Dailies. So I need to claim a workshop, collect wood, cripple a human head. Chew some bubble gum, I can do that. Here. Cripple a human head, collect wood, claim a workshop, weekly, did all that already. I guess we'll just go over here, do this. Please tell me you can just... Food, drink, let's see. See, let's start up first. What's this note over here? Actually, you know what? The story or heavy ones I might just wait to do with Graham later. The Togo Municipal Center. See, so where's the... Where am I on use for this? That was nice. So this is not the right way then. You know what? I have a feeling it's probably just going to be easiest if we just go out, go in guns blazing. It's much more honest too. Whiskey stash. Wait, is that a... Where... Where are they? Yeah, I probably will have to do that. Cooperation, what if I don't want to cooperate? What if I want to get nuked? I don't, but what if I did? Dang, if I would have remembered about the... In the future, I just need to remember to just take the roof entrance.
Figure out how to do it. It was sabotage. The terminal entries should explain.
See, I have to take the virus.
This is it. My sincerest apologies. I can't be of more assistance. It's all right. I hope you don't get too lonely that you're all by yourself. Goodbye, Maya. Goodbye, ma'am. It was a pleasure to serve you. You were an excellent mayor. I certainly tried. End of the message. What have we here? Sir, this is a citywide software update for all municipal robots. This needs to be uploaded and broadcast from the uplink tower on the roof. There, I'll guide you through the process over the intercom system.
Okay.
I was going to do this for you, but as I understand it, they would just murder you. And I, to my never-ending chagrin, was constructed lacking hands, so I'm afraid you'll need to do it yourself.
No problem.
This office. My sincerest apologies, I can't be of more assistance.
I guess after we do this, since we can't access it from the roof, that means we'll just probably do this mission with Scorch Queen and then come back. Also, a quick update. I just want to let everyone know that my attempt at growing mushrooms so far, haven't gotten to the mushroom stage yet, but mycelium, it's almost completely colonized the bag. I'm really excited. Like, it's been to the point where every day I kind of mush it up so that it gets, like, spreads to more areas. And now it's to the point where I can't even really mush it up. It's just like a almost solid block of mycelium, which is kind of what I'm looking for. So I'm really excited. All right, let's see. Have I missed anything here? No comments, no. Okay, no big deal. I mainly stream for myself, just so I can always look back if I want to. I don't know, it's kind of weird. Like, for more than anything, it feels like a black box that I just kind of want to exist somewhere.
You'll need to upload the software
Let's see, has it started yet?
to the terminal as space.
Oh, fuck, this is high up. Wait, what? Wow. Okay. Can I place the tent up here? Dang it, no, if only. I guess I'll miss out on this Scorched Beast Queen. You know what? There will always be more. Wow, this is a really shitty pistol. Yeah, gotta bring out the big guns. Wait. How close is the Scorched Beast? Can I... No. Never mind. Wait, is that the same Scorch? No, it's a different one. Wait. Oh, shoot. I left the area, I guess. Okay. Oh, I actually might be able to make it back in time for that. Actually, no, it's one. Still got too much time on that. They're probably going to kill it before. Whatever. No, it's dead. Oh shit, I almost died. Oof, I almost just screwed myself over by leaving the combat area. Oh. So where to now? Oh. Shit. Should I try? See what happens. Oh. Wait, I just realized. If I die somewhere that I can't reach, then I won't be able to get. See, where's the... Wait, who is that? Oh, it's an iBot. Oh, sweet. They're all they're all friendly now. Vacuum tube, vacuum tube. All right, what will we do now? I guess we could check out that one bunker, and then that'll be our entrance to the Enclave. Even though we won't probably start yet, I do want to kind of just have something where it's like connected to that, so I don't feel like I mistitled it. Actually, wait. Let's see. Sweet. Actually, I could get some more interesting from here. Uh-oh. There's nothing here. Shit. Let's see. How am I going to do this? There's a vertebrate on that. So if I can get up over here. And... Huh. Oof. This is like my hands are getting sweaty because I'm kind of nervous. I mean, obviously it's just a game, but still, it's like the nerves are real. Okay, so I could land... Oh, wait. Phew. Is there anything here? You'd think they'd have some little Easter eggs or some shit. I guess this is supposed to be a scorched beast nest or something. Alright, I can land on the lower ledge. Need some tins for this. This is clearly some sort of like Brotherhood holdout. I don't know what happened here though.
Mr. Mosley, what are you doing playing in the bushes? Come on into the house, Dan. Top your favorite snack. Yum yum pure dry whole deviled eggs. Yum yum.
It's actually really nice. I like Watoga now when they're not hostile. Let's see, where's the... I never realized that they had this little, all this stuff inside. Alright, what's over here?
Mrs. Woodbury, can I ask you a question? Sure thing, Bobby. What's on your mind?
This is fucking grim.
How can your cat be both dead and alive? Sounds like a bunch of hooey to me.
Alright, how about we change it up? Instead of a cat, let's put an ice cold Nuka-Cola in the box.
Oh boy, it's a swell idea. But I don't get it. How does that change anything?
Think about it in terms of the number 2. Before we opened this box, the cat was 2 things: alive.
Want to prove your worth and honor to the Brotherhood of Steel? Meet me at Watoga Towers. If you're just a raider looking for trouble, think twice. This one did. Initiate Vernon Dodge, Brotherhood of Steel.
It's all about the number 2. That's why Nuka-Cola Quanta has twice the calories, twice the carbohydrates, twice the caffeine, and twice the taste.
Watoga Tower. Watoga Towers.
Nuka-Cola, Mrs. Woodbury? I'm awful thirsty.
I'll tell you what, you do well on the exam tomorrow, and I'll give a bottle of Nuka-Cola Quanta to the whole class. And that goes double for you kids at home. Drink Nuka-Cola Quanta.
Nuka-Cola Quantum. It's got nuclear material in it. How fun. Okay, so we... I guess... Is this... It's up here. Wait.
And the governments with their atom-bound bingo. Do you remember a simpler time of peace and prosperity, when the world still had meaning? Perhaps it's time for you to let go and find a different way. Employing ancient techniques honed by ascetic monks, the palace of the winding path will take you on a journey of hope and self-fulfillment, to help you rediscover the one person you've neglected in these anxious, trying times. Yourself.
Everyone here is real slow. They talk in wholeness and how to be one with the universe. Suddenly the whole decline of America just didn't bother me so much.
Wait, so where the hell do I have to go? Oh, it's here. So how do people actually get up here? Oh, it's down here. I didn't even notice. Wait, what's going on?
My husband didn't understand. My children less so. But I felt something greater, meaningful. Every day I cleanse my spirit, and I find myself thinking about them less and less.
Well, that's not good. That's called being programmed.
I don't even remember which one. It's liberating. Just off the 95 and 98.
What the heck is...
Palace welcomes all who seek truly.
What the... What the fuck?
And learn about our special discount on liquid cleansings. At the Palace of the Winding Path, you can free your mind and expand your consciousness.
Whoa, what gives? Wait, oh wait, sweet, now I can access it. Who's... Not gonna lie, I kind of thought I was going to get nuked. I don't know why, but this sounds very German. I'm going to swap out this for, hopefully it'll repair some of our armor. That was kind of cool, but holy shit, did this guy kill all those people on his own?
Enter a world of stories as weird and wild. Alright, you'll have to do.
Wait, oh, because you have to be... Oh, you have to be dumb in order to say that. That's funny. Oh, shit. Wait, let's see. What the hell are you doing?
You got grit. I'll give you that. I could use some muscle. I'm an issue Dodge with the Appalachian chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel. I got word that members from Mill Post.
Yeah, they are. Well, they're already here.
It's critical that I lay the groundwork they need to get a foothold in this region. Are you up for it?
I think you're a bit late, dude. But yeah.
You here already? Damn. Less time than I thought. If you're really working with them, then it's imperative that you hear me out. I compiled a list of locations the Brotherhood had previously been tracking as enemy hotspots. Every day I'll highlight a location and a mission that can provide the Brotherhood a strategic advantage. I call these daily ops.
It's so cheesy.
Map, and I'll provide instructions. Complete the mission, and there'll be compensation. If you're fast and efficient, I'll even up the reward. So pay attention in there. Or come see me after your first stop. I'll throw in an extra. If you have any questions about daily ops, ask. Otherwise, hit your map, find the op.
Alright, so we're headed there. I guess in the meantime
Why not? Dream big or don't dream at all. I gotta get back to literally anything else now.
Moon Meat and Charlie the Moon Moon. And yeah, definitely let me know if you have happened across this yourself. But Graham has a lot more fascinating dialogue you can pick up on.
It's Graham, not
and you come to
Grom.
discover the origins of his naming of Charlie the Moon Moon.
Momo, you need good name. You remind me of, I don't know, something, someone. Gonna call you Charlie.
And we'll make multiple mentions of a character called Smarty.
Charlie.
Somebody say once, murder is just okay. Trades so good.
Where's this nuke? Actually, since I'm not going yet, I could just wear. Or you know what, I just will because some of my stuff's already broken. Ooh. Alright, we're going to finish up soon.
Things break if you just take. Think about it.
This Smarty definitely seemed to have had a great impact on Graham's early life as a super mutant, and seems to be part responsible for his positive outlook and reluctance to consume our flesh. The mystery of who this influential character was remains just that, but what you can learn for certain are snippets of Graham's past life, bittersweet moments like this.
Sometimes Graham hear music and want to dance. Don't know how to dance. Maybe long ago. Maybe.
And in another line taken in conjunction with the naming of Charlie, it appears that Graham might be remembering owning a dog in his previous life.
Time to play Moomoo's favorite game. Follow that smell. Free stinkers. That way, Moo, that way.
In this interaction, playing with Charlie like you might with a dog, rather than a two-headed mutated cow. Graham remains one of my favourite characters, but what do you think? Any interactions with this friendly super mutant stick out to you? And definitely let me know if you've seen this interaction with the astronaut. If you catch him heading past any of Appalachia's eateries like Hillfolk hot dogs, you might actually catch him saying this.
Thought I remembered this place. That smell. Like home. Old meat, maybe. Home is where the meat is.
And it's very on brand, of course, but sticking around here, let's find out what happened to the owner of this hot dog stand. A small Easter egg about this location is it's actually inspired by a real location, Hillbilly Hot Dogs, found in Huntington, West Virginia, and in-game the location is normally home to the odd mole rattle too. A small Easter egg about this location is it's actually inspired by a real location, Hillbilly Hot Dogs, found in Huntington, West Virginia, and in-game the location is normally home to the odd mole rattle too. But outside the front we find the wreckage of a police car, and on a table, a cop hat placed down next to a holotape. Giving it a listen, we learn about the fate of Colton Pickens, owner of the hot dog stand.
Well, the lights started turning different colors. First it was blue, and then green, and then red, and then back to blue.
All right, I've heard enough. Colton Pickens, I'm arresting you for drunken disorderly conduct and indecent exposure.
Indecent what? What are you talking about? I didn't do anything wrong.
Colton, we found you on the roof of your shack, buck naked, yelling at the top of your lungs. Your blood alcohol was .23.
Come on, you have to believe me. The monster made me drunk. It was experimenting on me, controlling my mind.
The officers didn't buy his story, but what he recounts matches real-world suspected sightings of the Flatwoods monster. In Fallout 76, any encounter with the real monster is quite different. The array of flashing lights replaced by a singular lilac glow of the alien Inquisitor. But moving on, we're heading towards Pylon V13 and a time travel mystery. Built on one of Appalachia's monorail pylons, the 13th from Robco Research Center, this section was appropriated by one Professor Greebley as part of an experiment to conduct time travel. Heading towards the sparking section at the front, you can find a holotape just here, and let's give it a listen.
People told me my theories weren't possible. They mocked me and called me a foolish old man. Well, I've revolutionized this radical concept, a new way of thinking about skipping across timelines. Instead of employing the traditional and often clumsy use of gravity for time travel, I've discovered a way to punch a hole in the fabric of our reality. By slipping through this fissure in time and space at a high rate of speed, it's my belief that instantaneous time travel will occur.
A small Easter egg, but V13 is one way to actually shorten Vault 13, a cancelled online Fallout game developed by Interplay, with a character named Greeble, a recurring character in a promotional newsletter created for the project. The most obvious reference though is Back to the Future, of course. Parallels of an eccentric scientist using a vehicle to time travel through speed. What happened here though? Well, we don't know for sure, but throughout the monorail cars, you can find multiple skeletons belonging to dead scientists, and at the front, plainclothes remains. Taken in conjunction with the continuous sparking from the portal itself, my guess would be that Greeble and his visitors were electrocuted in a sudden surge of electricity. Leaving Pylon V13 behind, other smaller scenes can be found throughout the world space. Off the dirt road from the golf club off Morgantown, there is a farm and rundown farmhouse full of cat bowls, taxidermied cat heads, cat portraits, and cat traps. On the north shore of the southern lake of Twin Lakes, a skeleton wearing only a prospector hat is laying on a picnic blanket. Beside the skeleton, you can find a swimsuit, ratty skirt, and an empty Nuka-Cola bottle, a cooler, and a random comic book, indicating that a young lady was sunbathing in the nude when she died. If you look carefully though, a few yards away to the east, is a garden gnome hiding in the grass with a camera facing towards the skeleton. And in the ash heap near the trio of mansions, you can find this scene. 2 skeletons sat in a tree. Easter eggs and oddities aren't just found above ground, of course. The series of metal heads found in places they shouldn't exist, in locations like Tanagra Town and Lucky Hole Mine, are pretty well known by this point. Tied to Lovecraftian creatures, and scrawled notes detailing the demise of an Enclave research team, one lesser-known location you can actually find one of these buried faces is actually in the crater. Heading inside the crater core and taking the stairs into the depths, head over to this section. In the earth itself, a different statue can be seen. This one is nicknamed Torso Man, and you can actually find this particular statue in locations like the Charleston Herald and the Garahan Estate. An interesting pattern can be observed too, with certain metallic heads appearing in the same type of locations. We will be exploring this in more detail in our in-depth Ancient Mines lore deep dive, but in locations associated with mining, the face that you always find buried is actually the Metro Man. In locations associated with the government, the face you will often see is the Kirby head. More on this in the future video, but the deep places in Appalachia tell even more stories than this. Close to the unmarked Harper's Ferry Dam atop a hill, you can find a small cabin belonging to Scott, or Scoot Conroy. Reading the Cryptid Hunter monthly newsletter located here, or if you find it at other locations on the map, it will actually start a new questline called That Sinking Feeling. A one-time associate of Calvin Van Lowe and a member of the Truth Seekers, Scoot was investigating rumours pertaining to the Sheep Squatch. Eager to prove Calvin wrong after he had semi-retired to study at Voltech University, Scoot recorded his findings in terminal entries. To access them and discover what happened to him, we need to read through this note off to the side entitled Letter to L, addressed to Laura, the wife of another Truth Seeker, Ray Gary. It includes detailed instructions on how to feed, treat, and select gifts for his numerous cats while he was away from the shack. And the entry we need is for Mary, the key to my heart. Combined with this cat's birthday, information found in the personal documents section on the birthday present ideas, these can actually be entered to access the research logs. In the second entry entitled Ghost Hunting, we learn where Scoot went, the Sunken Church. A pre-war location ravaged by a dangerous sinkhole, he travelled there anyway on account of rumours of ghosts at the location. Heading in via the stairs at the top of the tower, we find a series of notes from Scoot inside. He managed to fall into the sinkhole, breaking both his legs, and on the second day of his entrapment, another man actually managed to fall in, a park ranger named Kevin, who actually taught him some basic methods to survive. A little time jump later, by day 24, his legs had healed, but they'd healed badly, and Scoot had resigned himself to a seemingly inevitable death in the sinkhole. Day 82, another man fell in to join them, a member of the cannibalistic raider gang the Gormans. This new character, Mickey, explained what had happened during their entombment. The world had ended, civilization had collapsed, and to help Scoot, Mickey would teach him the one way to survive. But yeah, pretty ominous. And the penultimate entry, which may have been day 100, 200, or 1000, Mickey killed Kevin the park ranger, forcing Scoot to eat him. Apologetic and broken, this wasn't the end for Scoot though, as in the final note, he'd undergone a change. Kevin was weak, Mickey was weak, and I am strong. Consuming their strength and resigned to waiting for the weak to come to him, Scoot Conroy was now a Wendigo, which actually will spawn right on top of you after you read the final note, so yeah, minor jump scare, and killing him will complete that sinking feeling. Similar to the operation based in the Morgantown Mama Dolce's food processing facility, some communist soldiers survived the Great War thanks to the extensive cave system that made up the deep. They did not survive unscathed, however, and in the years since the Great War they have undergone ghoulification. Unlike the Morgantown operation, the infiltrators based in the deep managed to escape the notice of Enclave forces in the White Spring Bunker, but these operatives do still have an existing mission, Operation Piercing Viper. Heading into the facility located in the deep and stopping by the front desk to check this security terminal, we can learn a couple of things, beginning with its actual name. This oddly shaped structure is the Motherlode Acquisition Facility, and continuing on, a note addressed to all personnel. Initiate facility data wipe procedure due to American infiltration detection. Proceed with Operation Piercing Viper. Alongside this, the tunnel status mentions active routes, mountains in the north, central and southern regions, as well as the Mire. And most interestingly, a redacted mention of a dig-in process. Elsewhere in the facility, we find the Motherlode itself, and like the terminal mentioned, a way to travel around the map to the listed locations. But what is the redacted one? And what is Operation Piercing Viper? The two biggest clues can be found during the Wastelanders questline, Invisible Ties, and on the body of a deceased cave diver located in the deep. Starting with the holotape recording entitled President's Eyes Only, James Addison, a member of the White Spring Resort staff, recounts what he saw.
It started with the rumbling. We had some minor earthquakes. You heard me right. Earthquakes of all things in this neck of the woods. I knew something wasn't right. A fucking underground spaceship. A fucking underground spaceship. And the rocket fuel leaking off of that thing. Hell, it's making even the rocks glow.
And yeah, it's a lot to unpack, but considering the deep proximity to the White Spring and the miniature earthquakes James had been suspicious of, it seems that the final dig location is actually a target located in the White Spring, and it's most likely the Enclave's White Spring bunker itself. The other line of dialogue that is a big clue is stated by Agent Mucho whilst pleading for her life during the Settlers questline Invisible Ties. She will say the following.
This is a listening post. Our mission is complicated to explain. Unless you know what's going on next door.
Next door being the White Spring bunker, which of course we are familiar with because of the Enclave questline. You can also access the Deep from a location right next to the White Spring too. It seems like this storyline is set up nicely to be finished in future content. Whether that will actually happen, there remains to be seen. Heading back outside, let's finish up for today. On your travels, you can find scrawled notes and graffiti throughout the world space. Behind the western mural in Nuka World on Tour, some messages seem to reference Gunther. Who wrote them is unclear, but perhaps it was missing members of the park or some disgruntled competitors from his extremely dangerous Wild West showdown. But perhaps the most mysterious and ominous examples of scrawled graffiti, though, are these messages you can find in different locations. Nothing is real, written in striking red paint. One can be found inside this cell in the Allegheny Asylum, another written on this collapsed monorail section, and a third inside Watoga High School in this room full of paintings. At least one member of the post-war enclave based in the White Spring bunker had their doubts as well, detailing their belief that everyone was actually trapped inside a simulation designed by Virtual Strategic Solutions, creators of the Operation Anchorage simulation and Deemer's memory banks. Speaking to Herschel Klein at the Blue Ridge Caravan Outpost, located south of Big Bend Tunnel, you can ask him about any rumors he's heard, and if you're lucky, you'll actually catch him saying this.
Here's one I heard. We're all just living in a simulation. That's right, none of this is real. Die here, and you'll just wake up in a memory lounger somewhere in Hoboken, New Jersey. To be honest, I'm not sure which reality is worse. Thank you. I'm here all week.
Pretty much everything Herschel says should be taken with a big grain of salt, of course, because he also thinks that all of the Crater Raiders are aliens, and ghouls are actually the result of drinking Nuka-Cola. But do you believe that we're in a simulation, though? And that Fallout 76 will turn out to be nothing more than a series of imagined scenarios? Let me know in the comments. I hope you enjoyed these 10 lore discoveries. If you enjoyed this particular video, please consider subscribing to help the channel grow. We have our third Camp Showcase releasing tomorrow, and another lore video later this week, exploring some of the craziest theories about Ultrasight, the Scorched Plague, and why the Zetans might actually be involved with both. With that said, I am off. Thank you for watching, and we will see you in the next one. Seems like too much of it can be harmful, and yet they strive.
Off the irradiated coast of Point Lookout, in a secret lab beneath a lighthouse, a rivalry more than 200 years in the making reaches its bitter end.
Slippery bastard! At last! Let's end this here and now.
Desmond Lockhart, a pre-war British Gaul and former...
Band out across the city, establishing order, dousing fires, assisting the wounded, and guarding the limits of the city.
I've always wondered, just where do people find all this iguana meat? We find big pots of iguana bits we find iguana on a stick littering the wasteland. In every cabinet and cupboard, this stuff drops like candy. But I've never seen an iguana. Where are all the wandering bands of iguanas? We don't find any, not even in the form of a critter like we do with birds. I'd even be happy with some sort of mutated iguana. But no, we find all these iguana bits, but no iguanas. And it's not just in Fallout 4. The same is true in Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. You'd think that we'd at least find some iguanas wandering the wastes in New Vegas. It is, after all, in a desert. But no, despite all of the iguanas on a stick we find, we don't actually find any wandering iguanas. What is going on here? Where do people get all of this iguana meat? To solve this riddle, we need to go back in time 126 years, to the year 2161. In that year, roundabouts December, the Vault Dweller first arrives at Junktown. Junktown is a scrapyard built out of rusted-out Corvaga cars, and it deserves its own video in its own right. But to learn more about iguana meat, we need to travel north from the Junktown. Entrance until we find a small, square, white shack labeled hospital. The proprietor of this clinic is a doctor named Doc Morbid. He says, "Hello, I'm Doc Morbid. Can I help you?" And we have three options. We can ask him for assistance, we can leave and say, "No, we don't really need anything," or we can say, "Yeah, I need some help." He gives us a quick exam, and if we're injured, he offers to heal us at an exorbitant price. And if we are not injured, he still demands money. He says, "You seem to be in nearly perfect health. That will be 10 caps for the examination." Now, this is ridiculous. We can go to any other doctor in this wasteland, and if we're not sick, we don't have to pay them a dime. So we can either pay this guy his 10 caps, or we can say, 10 caps for you to tell me that? You have got to be kidding. I never joke, he responds, especially when it comes to physical trauma. You will pay me, or I will have to resort to other forms of compensation, many of which are much more painful than just paying me. Now, I read online that you can find an option here, if you don't have the caps, to allow him to perform experimental surgery on your body. If you do, he takes one of your eyes, and you lose one perception for the rest of the game. But no matter how many dialogue options I tried, no matter how high my speech skill was, I never actually found that option. So I'm not sure if it's true. But of the two options we do have here, we can say, okay, here's your money, we give him 10 caps, or we can say, bite me, I'm leaving. Have it your way, he says. Cougar, Flash, show our patient to the lab. With that, his two mercenary goons come from the next room and attack the Cougar. Say, bite me, I'm leaving. Have it your way, he says. Cougar, Flash, show our patient to the lab. With that, his two mercenary goons come from the next room and attack. Now, in order to gain access to Junktown, we had to store away our weapons, which means we have to spend excess AP to access our inventory and re-equip ourselves just so that we can defend ourselves. During the fight, Doc Morbid goes down a ladder in the back of his room. This must lead to his lab. Now, both Cougar and Flash are equipped with shotguns, and the first thing they do is close distance, making it difficult for you to flee. But if you have Ian with you, whom we found at Shady Sands, this fight goes much more smoothly. After they are dead, we can loot their corpses, and we find caps, shotgun shells, a shotgun, and leather armor, all of which is a pretty great find this early in the game. After Cougar and Flash are dead, Doc Morbid will come out of his little underground lab. He is not a fighter. He won't attack, but he refuses to do business with you anymore. You can kill him without a penalty. Normally, when you kill an NPC like this, the entire town will turn on you, but the guards here will not attack you if you kill Doc Morbid. If we kill him, on his body we find a stim pack, some surgical tongs, and a first aid kit. With him dead, we can then loot his place without repercussions, where we find grenades and caps on one of the bookshelves. Now, I still have a lot of questions. Doc Morbid sicking his goons on me came as quite a surprise, so let's reload a previous save and start this encounter all over again. First, we can talk with Cougar. He says, "How's it going?" We say, "Great, and you?" And the Cougar refers to himself in the third person. He says, "The Cougar is always fine." He's not a man of words. You try and talk with him further, and he says, "You need to talk with my man Flash here. He can help you out." But talking with Flash is not very satisfying. He just says, "Watch yourself around the dock, and I won't have to get medieval on your face." Now, the official strategy guide for Fallout 1 tells us that there are some speech options with both Cougar and Flash, allowing you to intimidate them. But I believe those must have been cut from the game, because I didn't find them in my playthrough, and I couldn't find any reference to those intimidating speech options anywhere online. Plus, this character has pretty high speech, so if they did exist, I should have been able to get them. Well, Cougar and Flash are dimwits without a lot to say, and we already know what Dr. Morbid says. He just tries to swindle us. But let's see what happens if we try and go down into his lab. In his lab, we find a dwarf standing next to an ice cooler. The game is really cruel to this guy. If you inspect him, the game says, "You see a rotund midget." The poor guy. But this is Gretch, and he's not expecting company. When you talk with him, he asks you what you're down here for. Now, we can immediately detect by his speech pattern that this creature is not a creature of high intellect, and we have a number of options to get information out of him. There is, of course, the rude way. We can say, "Don't talk to me like that, cretin," in which case he says that he no longer wants to talk with you, understandably so. Or we can say, "I just came down here to see how you're doing." He responds by saying, okay. And this leads us to the same dialogue tree as if we had tried to bluff our way in by saying, "Your boss sent me down here." We can then ask him what he's doing, and he says, "Body parts almost ready to go to hub." At this point, we know we're getting into some dicey territory. We can duck out by saying, "I don't even want to think about this," or we can drop the facade by asking him, "For what?" In which case he wonders why we were sent here if we don't know what he's doing, or we can pretend that we're in on it and say, "Of course, that's why I'm here." He responds by saying, "Iguana man Bob send you. He happy. Lots of good meat." Why is this dwarf giving meat to a man named Iguana Bob? Where would a dwarf in a lab in a medical clinic get meat? And then suddenly the penny drops. Doc Morbid is selling human meat to Iguana Bob. We almost became part of a meal. When we refused to pay the 10 caps for the examination, Doc Morbid had his mercenary goons attack us to kill us and bring us down to his lab, where he would have butchered us and sold our meat to Iguana Bob. This is shocking news. We can back out and say, "Of course, I'll be back in a minute," or we can attack the guy and say, "You sick little scab. I'm gonna cut you up and sell you as meat." Or we can confirm what we've already deduced and say, "He's selling human body parts for people to eat?" The dwarf responds, "Yes, Doc Morbid has best human bodies around. None better." We can again attack him here, or we can continue the ruse by saying, "I'll be back to pick up the bodies in a little bit. Goodbye." Well, now we know what's going on in this lab, and from here on out, I don't feel too bad for killing Doc Morbid, his mercenary goons, or this butchering dwarf here. We can explore the place to see if we can find any evidence for what Gretch said. There's a table in the northeastern corner, but if we try to loot it, we don't have access to anything. There's a locker against the northern wall. We'll explore this in a bit. And then there's a bookshelf against the eastern wall. This is also empty. The table against the northwestern wall has some iguana on a stick. We can loot this without repercussions. There's a makeshift bed hiding behind the southern wall, and in the middle of the room is another metal table covered in some sort of biomass. But we cannot loot this table. Now, if we try to open up our Skilledex and use our lockpicking skill to unlock the locker, Gretch says, "Don't be messing with the doctor's stuff." This is his last warning. If we continue to try to unlock this locker, Gretch will attack. He does the same thing if we try to inspect that black ice cooler he was guarding. On Gretch's body, we find a 10mm SMG, which is a great little weapon to get this early in the game. Now, Gretch responds the same way if we try to inspect that black little ice cooler that he was guarding. With Gretch dead, we can now inspect it, and we learn that the cooler is filled with chunks of human organs and body parts. The locker is really tricky. If we try to pick the lock too much, eventually we'll trip up the tumblers, permanently locking the door shut. We don't get any more chances to pick the lock. If we're really unlucky, we'll trip a trap. This locker is booby-trapped with an explosive, and when triggered, destroys the locker and all of its content. sequence. So first, we must open our Skillodex and use our trap skill to detect the trap. My trap skill is really low, so I had to do this over and over again until finally I detected the trap. Once detected, we then do the same thing over and over again until we disarm the trap. Once the trap is disarmed, we can then use our lockpick skill. And despite having a fairly high lockpick skill, and according to the Skillodex, a 61% chance to unlock it, I tried picking this lock over and over and over again for probably a good solid 30 minutes without any success. However, we learned from other players that the contents of this locker is one doctor's bag, a little over 800 caps, and some 10mm ammunition. Once we finish exploring the underground lab, we can go back up the ladder to the clinic. If we killed Gretch while we were down there, Doc Morbid and his mercenary goons heard the fight, and they instantly turn hostile. Doc Morbid will race to the ladder and hide in the lab while his mercenaries try to kill us. But if instead we didn't kill Gretch and we just backed away and tried to leave, we can confront Doc Morbid with our findings. A new dialogue option appears, and we can say, "I know about you and Iguana Bob, you filthy butcher." Doc Morbid feigns ignorance. He responds by saying, "I want to go back to West Virginia. I want to go back to the land I love, where the skies are blue and the birds sing too. Take me back to West Virginia." This is the sequel to my last video on the Vault 76 Overseer. We followed her trail all over Appalachia, where she kindly left behind a number of holotapes. In that video, we learned a lot about the Overseer. She attended and graduated from Vault Tech University in Morgantown. The love of her life was a man named Evan, who lived in Welch. We even had to put down the scorched remains of Evan because the Overseer didn't have it in her. When we last heard from her, she was recovering from a mole miner attack at the mountainside bed and breakfast. Her last holotape left things kind of ambiguous.
Overseer's log. Somewhere in the mountains. Oh, not good. Not good. Not good. Just trying to not... Trying to focus. But the pain is unreal. So bad. Want to do this now? Well, I can't. I'm afraid I might pass out. Was attacked. Some kind of... I think it was wearing a gas mask, a heavy coat, but not human. Not human. No stimpaks left. Funny joke in here about practicing what you preach. This is the Overseer. Signing off. Hopefully not for the last time.
She said that she thought she might pass out. She was out of stimpaks. But even though this holotape was surrounded by blood, we never found her corpse. We finally hear from her a year later. If our character is over level 20, we pick up a new radio signal on our Pip-Boy the next time we log into the game.
I can't think. Are you a doctor? Did the United States Space Administration send you? They must have issued you a stim pack, right? Oh, God. Oh, keep it together. The USSA. We send things into space? Oh, God. Please. Can you help me out? Oh, thank you. So, you're real after all, huh? That's a relief. Oh, I can feel it working, but just so tired. Not sure if I can stand quite yet. My name is Commander Sofia Daguerre. I'm an astronaut with the USSA. It's a pleasure to meet you. That's a relief. Thank you. I figured the military would have arrived for the crashed ship. It's been a while, though. I still haven't heard from my crew either. Oh, God. I can't believe this is happening. I need to find my crew. Contact the USSA. Get some first aid. One thing at a time, though. Where am I, anyway? The remnants of Appalachia? What do you mean? I remember... Almost... Damn it. What do you mean, remnants? Are you serious? You can't be serious. Tell me you're just trying to be funny here. Please. But the USSA had contingencies, plans, fail-safes, backup robotic agents. Damn it. This wasn't supposed to happen. I think I need to focus on just finding my crew. There were 3 others, and I didn't see anybody. Or any bodies. So they had to be in the ship, or maybe only my emergency pod crashed. I don't know. Could you go to the crash site and look for the ship's flight recorder? It's not far. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. I'm starting to feel a bit better. Thanks to you.
However, we only pick up this radio signal on a new character after completing the Wayward quests.
Broadcasting to the people of Vault 76. This is the Overseer. We need to talk, face to face. I've missed all of you, but this isn't just about a reunion. We have work to do. I'll be waiting in Sutton.
If we have a new character, we begin the quest New arrivals. The Overseer needs your help. However, if our character is over level 20 and has collected all of the Overseer's other holotapes, we continue with the Overseer's mission. Either way, we now know where she went, to Sutton. And heading to Sutton, we discover a brand new building that shows signs of habitation. It's on the eastern mountainside overlooking Sutton. This is the Overseer's home. And as soon as we walk through the door...
Oh, thank God you're here. It's just so good to see you. Let's talk downstairs. Cozy as this place is, there's someone I'd like you to meet. We really went overboard with this place. Feel free to look around.
It's the Overseer, and she's okay. With that, she goes to the nearby wall-mounted terminal and opens a door leading to the basement. Following her downstairs, she heads into a caged-off room in her basement. And here we find a Mr. Handy named Davenport.
Let me introduce you to Davenport. He's been helping me with some reconnaissance, keeping an eye on Appalachia.
Oh, so good to meet you. The Overseer has been so excited to see everyone again. Once you've acquainted yourself with our new arrivals, I may have some field work for you.
I couldn't have pulled this place off without him. Let's talk.
If our character is not yet level 20, when we try to talk with her...
I know you have questions, and we'll get to them. I have an important mission. But you're just not ready. It's too dangerous. I can't in good conscience send you on it.
Interesting. So this is a spaceship. Oh, shit. Let's see. I'm gonna try to blow up that mini nuke in his hand. Shit, stay still. Fuck. Oh. Boom. That's how we do it. Sweet. I managed to get the whole body of that. Okay, so now we go back there. All right, and then I think we'll finish up with Ella Ames's bunker. So let's learn about Daguerre. Or Daguerre.
Hello, I'm the.
I want to go back to West Virginia. I want to go back to the land I love, where the skies are blue and the birds sing too. Take me back to West Virginia. One day while exploring the cranberry bog, coincidentally right around the same time we turned level 20, we exploring the
I'm guessing nobody from the Space Administration was up there collecting evidence, looking for survivors. Oh, that's a relief. No, we just have to decrypt it to access the data. Our ship's robot would have had a standard grade USSA encryption key. If it survived the crash, it would be heading back to the nearest military depot.
Basic robot behavior subroutines would view me taking the key as a hostile act.
Oh, right. Of course. There's an emergency code. Blue sunset. I can't believe I forgot that. It's simple, really. Get to the robot and get the encryption key. I can tune its transmitter signal to your external device there. You should be able to track it down.
Wait, from the gulper? No, here. So I guess the quickest way of doing this would just be there. I'll end up making my way there.
Cranberry bog. Coincidentally, right around the same time we turned. One day while exploring the cranberry bog, coincidentally, right around the same time we turned level 20, we pick up a distress signal on our Pip-Boy.
This is Commander Sofia Daguerre of the USSA. This is an emergency. USSA, come in. Please, come in. There was a malfunction upon re-entry. I repeat, we've crashed somewhere. Crew status unknown. Broadcasting my coordinates. Please hurry.
USSA? They crashed upon re-entry? This Sofia Daguerre sounds like an astronaut. Thankfully, due to the wonders of Robco technology, our Pip-Boy triangulates the broadcast location. Heading deep into the mire, we discovered that the broadcast is coming from an abandoned bunker. We've explored this abandoned bunker in a previous lore video, though what we apparently missed at the time is a pre-war transmission tower tilting to the side of it, just outside. Looks like if this Commander Daguerre...
How am I going to do this? See, I'll shoot with the syringer first.
Pierre is broadcasting from within the bunker. It's this tower that's allowing her to do so. This abandoned bunker doesn't have any lore inside of it, but it does have the Free State's...
Wait, what's this?
logo spray painted on the door. And that's because it is a former Free State's bunker. The only reason we know this for sure is if we stumble upon a chance encounter while traveling the roads inside the mire. It's possible to come upon the corpse of a woman lying in the middle of the road. It's the body of Cora. On her body is the holotape, the government's plan.
Raleigh gave the all clear. Not sure what I expected, but it definitely wasn't this. I knew the government.
Alright. This seems like it should be a short load screen. What's in here? Clear. I owe you all the beer. It's pretty useful to have. Maybe I should submit a ticket to Bethesda and be like, hey, how come I don't have all the beer? It's owed to me. Let's see. I'm gonna clear each one methodically. Okay, nothing here. I owe you toilet paper. When rolled TP, sorry. Anything in the mirror? No. Battery.
July 15, 2079. Wow. Who would have thought no radiation would turn this world upside down? We were down in those bunkers for a couple of years. There's no way.
No more IOUs.
Come in. First off, this place is crawling with us.
Wait, shoot, where'd it go?
July 15, 2079. Wow. Who would have thought? No radiation.
You may be a grown-ass man, but I will tenure high to five to Mr. Mrs. Ames Olson, and as your elder who you damn well better respect. Charles Walker better not you.
Come in. First off, this place is crawling with us. Oh, it's fine. No place more. That's our toad that wouldn't even fit in the bathtub. The trouble, two heads, still got heart. And insects, oh, you don't even want to know about. I've started
have taken samples for analysis. Hopefully the plants can still be used for some good old holistic treatment. We're always getting to work on a series of tests. As long as I don't know. I guess we can turn ourselves lucky the air is breathable. That's right. I grew up here. I barely recognized it. There's no way to prepare for this. Toxicity levels, slight mutation, yes. But I'm telling you, Darwin would lose his mind out here.
Would get us nuked. Easy population control that you could just blame on the Chinese. Get rid of the unwanted lower class.
Woman lying inside the mire. We stumble upon State's bunker. The only reason the door. And that's because it is, but it does have the free abandoned bunk in the bunker. Pre-war transmission floor video. Though what we apparently missed at the time is a broadcast location. Heading deep into the mire, we discovered that the broadcast is coming from an abandoned bunker. We've explored this abandoned bunker in a previous lore video. Though what we apparently missed at the time is a pre-war transmission tower tilting to the side of it, just outside. Looks like if this Commander Daguerre is broadcasting from within the bunker, it's this tower that's allowing her to do so. This abandoned bunker doesn't have any lore inside of it, but it does have the Free States logo spray painted on the door. And that's because it is a former Free States bunker. The only reason we know this for sure is if we stumble upon a chance encounter while traveling the roads inside the mire. It's possible to come upon the corpse of a woman lying in the middle of the road. It's the body of Cora. On her body is the holotape, the government's plan.
Raleigh gave the all clear. Not sure what I expected, but it definitely wasn't this. I knew the government would get us nuked. Easy population control that you could just blame on the Chinese. Get rid of the unwanted lower class, cherry pick the middle. Leave the government and military to restore whatever order they want. Look at this place. Have fun restoring this infected mess of a world, you dipshits.
Next to her...
Wait, what was this? Niraj's confession.
I instructed Ella to give you this holiday for the event of my death. Please don't blame anything about the year on her. He's alive, she's and I respect them, and I expect you to as well. I've been diagnosed with Parkinson's. I've still got plenty of time to live a normal life. But the time will come when my health will deteriorate and I can no longer care for myself. I love you all tremendously, and you know that. I will not be a burden to you much, especially in these dark times. If everything has gone according to plan, hopefully my death has been something. Please understand why I chose not to tell you. Abby, hard enough to see our work Gala, but you're such a fine young man, your mother will be proud, but God is proud of me. You two, take care of each other. You're going to make it through this. I know it.
Corpse is a duffel bag, and inside the duffel bag we find the note, Cora's journal entry. I turned on the faucet the other day and out came this dirty gray mess. Then I get to find out that not only is the water purifier busted, but my air purifier's gone to hell too. These damn vines managed to find their way through a concrete wall and right into the machinery. They're so unnatural, I don't even want to think about what sort of government experiment's gone wrong. Now, this just means I can't stay here. I thought about holing up with the others, but rumor is some of them want to help the survivors out there. Bunch of crazies. Those very survivors are the ones that ridiculed us. They killed Caleb's family. I even found 2 dead bodies outside my own bunker trying to break in. I'm just gonna take what I have and head west. Reading this note places the location of the abandoned bunker on our map, if we haven't discovered it already. In the note, I believe she is alluding to Raleigh choosing to help rebuild Harper's Ferry, which was ultimately a failure and was partially responsible for the destruction of the Free States. At any rate, we find the bodies of the people Cora was talking about lying outside her bunker. On the ground, we find screwdrivers and sledgehammers. They were trying to get in while Cora was still inside. Sadly, Cora's adventure ended. She is very much dead, but the voice we heard on the radio is still very much alive. When ready, we can open the door to the abandoned bunker. After killing a rad roach, we can turn right to head down some stairs, and we immediately see evidence of what Cora was talking about in her note. Vines from the mire have indeed broken through the concrete. We see them snaking all over the place, slithering across the walls and across the floors. They've ruined this kitchen, and next to a brewing station, we find a door leading to a generator room. And here we find what appears to be a wounded astronaut, Commander Daguerre.
I can't think. Are you a doctor? Did the United States Space Administration send you? They must have issued you a stim pack, right?
The United States Space Administration? What do you even mean?
God.
Sweet, I'm almost done with this quest.
Warning. Do not interfere. This unit. Warning. Do not interfere. This unit is on an emergency assignment. Direct inquiries to Director of the USSA. This unit carries various encryption keys for USSA flight recorders manufactured between 2066 and 2070. Access code received. Validating code. Confirming identity. Accepted. Welcome, Commander Daguerre. Transmitting encryption key as requested. Terminating transmission. This unit will now continue to USSA custody presently. Stand back.
Let's see. Hi. There.
Keep it together. The USSA. We send things into space. Oh, God. Please. Can you help me out?
If we don't have a stim pack, we can say, I'll be back with a stim pack.
Oh, I hope I'm not talking to a hallucination here.
Now, we likely have a stim pack, but in case we don't, we can find one right here. When I did my lore video on this place earlier, at the time we discussed, we can find one right here. When I did my lore video on this stim pack, but in case we don't, we can find one right here. When I did my likely have a stim pack, but in case we don't, we can find one right here. When I did my lore video on this place earlier, at the time we discovered a set of keys inside the bathroom sink. After much searching, we found a floor safe buried underwater in the utility room. But perhaps it was too hard to find because they've moved it. The floor safe is now a wall safe in this same utility room, and we can open it with the keys we found in the sink. Inside, we find a stim pack. And I think it's a guaranteed drop because I always find one in this safe whenever I unlock it. With a stim pack in our inventory, we can say, here, take this for the pain.
Oh, thank you. So, you're real after all, huh? That's a relief. Oh, I can feel it working, but just so.
Oh, it's research. Alright, now I have to read it. Am I missing it or something? Where is it? It's not there. How do I read it? Oh.
Oh, tired. Not sure if I can stand quite yet. My name is Commander Sofia Daguerre. I'm an astronaut with the USSA. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Are you sure you're okay?
Thanks for your concern. I'm still woozy, but much better. Thanks. I said that already, didn't I?
How'd you get injured?
I said that already, didn't I?
How'd you get in?
I said that already, didn't I? You. I'm an quite yet. Much better. Thanks.
This is Squire Rosen. Thunder
I said that
Mountain is
already.
offline. Repeat, Thunder Mountain is offline. Any brothers with a background in engineering, report to the plant for immediate repairs. This is Squire Rosen. Thunder Mountain is offline. Repeat, Thunder Mountain is offline. Any brothers with a background in engineering, report to the plant for immediate repairs.
Intruder, identify yourself. All is right there. Please take cover. Intruder has been eliminated.
didn't I?
How'd you get injured?
My ship crashed nearby. I could barely walk, but somehow I made it here. I must have hit my head in the crash. Hard to remember.
Are you really an astronaut? That sounds crazy.
Yes, I'm the pilot of the Deep Sleep mission, launched in 2070. Maybe you recognize me from the news. Well, minus the head wound.
I heard your message. Sounds like you need help.
That's a relief. Thank you. I figured the military would have arrived for the crashed ship. It's been a while, though. I still haven't heard from my crew either. Oh, God. I can't believe this is happening. I need to find my crew. Contact the USSA. Get some first aid. One thing at a time, though. Where am I, anyway?
Come on. Do you really expect me to believe any of this?
Yes, I do, because it's the truth.
We can pass a perception check of 4 to say, if what you say is true, you've been up there for a long time, but you don't look that old.
The answer to that is complicated and classified. I can't go into more details.
How did you survive a crash to Earth?
I was in the emergency escape part of the ship, and, well, it was designed to do exactly what it did.
Where's your spaceship?
I don't know where all of it is, but the emergency escape ship crashed across the stream and up the cliffside a bit.
You're telling me you're from outer space? Yeah, right.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you. Trust me, I'm as shocked as you are to wake up in the woods of... Where are we?
I've heard enough.
Well, hopefully you believe me now. So, tell me where I am, please.
Welcome to West Virginia.
West Virginia? I suppose that makes sense. The ship would have tried to prioritize landing near the closest USSA facility. Probably. Still doesn't explain why no one answered my hails.
You're in the remnants of America, specifically Appalachia.
The remnants of Appalachia? What do you mean? I remember... Damn it. What do you mean, remnants?
What's the last thing you remember before the crash?
The mechanical engineer on the crew. Dr. Bernard. He helped me into the deep sleeper pod. He said, stay in a few years, and we waved at each other.
When did your mission launch?
We launched the deep sleep mission in 2070, and I entered the hibernation pod very shortly after reaching orbit. Why do you ask?
What year do you think it is?
Oh no. That is not the kind of question I was hoping to hear right now. I was supposed to emerge in 2075, with an optional extension to 2080, if things were going well.
Wait, you know about the war, right? With the nukes?
Are you serious? You can't be serious. Tell me you're just trying to be funny here. Please.
God, this poor woman. Ready for some really, really bad news? It's been decades. Surprise.
Are you being completely serious with me right now? Maybe I know. Except, maybe if the others survived. Maybe...
I'm not joking. You've been in space for decades. I'm sorry.
Okay. Decades. But we had fail-safes. We had contingencies. Damn it.
Your mission is definitely late. I'm guessing the USSA is wrong.
But the USSA had contingencies, plans, fail-safes, backup robotic agents. Damn it. This wasn't supposed to happen. I think I need to focus on just finding my crew. There were 3 others, and I didn't see anybody. Or any bodies. So they had to be in the ship, or maybe only my emergency pod crashed. But I don't know. Could you go to the crash site and wait for the ship's flight recorder? It's not far.
I'm sure someone will find you.
I did send out the robot for help, so maybe that's true. But maybe come back and check on me in a bit would be decent of you.
Where's the crash site?
Not far at all. I can't walk much right now, but you can almost see it from here. Almost. Take a right from the bunker. Cross the river. It's not too deep. Then it's up the mountain a bit. I fell down the slope. Not sure how far.
There better be a crash site out there, astronaut.
Go find my crash site if you need more proof, okay? I just need to rest for a bit now. In silence, okay? And for the record, it's Commander Daguerre to you. Thanks.
I can get the flight recorder from the crash site. No problem.
Thank you. I truly appreciate it. My body is still shaking, so just try to stay still and listen to the calls, just in case.
So, we need to head out and find this crash site. Thankfully, she marked the location on our Pip-Boy, and it's not too far away. After all, she did have to hobble all the way from the crash site to this abandoned bunker. Along the way, we stumble upon a new Wastelander's random encounter. It's a woman repairing a Protectron.
Seems like it's always cloudy. You need something? My poor robot. All of a sudden, he won't move.
We can pass an intelligence check of 8 to say, clearly he's stuck in a function loop. Needs to be reprogrammed. That's hard to do out here. I'll take a look.
Be my guest. Go up and take a look at him.
Heading over to the Protectron.
Protect and serve.
The Protectron is functioning, but seems to be stuck in the looping pattern, not allowing it to move or operate. I really, really wish I could quick save to find out what happens if we sabotage the Protectron, but I was playing a good character, so I fixed the Protectron. You unscrew the backplate and rewire the circuit board. Oh, really? That's how they start the circuit? Ouch. The Protectron is now up and running.
Protect and serve.
Heading back to the scavenger.
I was afraid I'd have to abandon him. Oh my god! He's up and running! Thought he'd end up scrap.
And that's it. No reward. Oh well, did our good deed of the day, I guess. But wait, we're getting sidetracked. We've got to find this space shuttle crash. Our Pip-Boy marker points us up a hillside. As we... It's hard to do. The location.
Right to stay.
Oh, boy.
Listen to the comms. I'm gonna...
No problem.
Thank you. I need to rest for a bit now. In silence, okay? And for the record, Commander Daguerre. Thanks.
I can get the flight recorder from the crash site. No problem.
Thank you. I truly appreciate it. My body is still shaking, so I'm gonna have to just try to stay still and listen to the comms. Just in case.
So, we need to head out and find this crash site. Thankfully, she marked the location on our Pip-Boy, and it's not too far away. After all, she did have to hobble all the way from the crash site to this abandoned bunker. Along the way, we stumble upon a new Wastelander's random encounter. It's a woman repairing a Protectron.
Seems like it's always cloudy. You need something? My poor robot. All of a sudden, he won't move.
We can pass an intelligence check of 8 to say, clearly he's stuck in a function loop. Needs to be reprogrammed. That's hard to do out here. I'll take a look.
Be my guest. Go up.
Grant, that's hard to do out here. I'll take a look.
Be my guest. Go up and take a look at him.
Heading over to the Protectron.
Protect and serve.
The Protectron is functioning. It seems to be stuck in a looping pattern, not allowing it to move or operate. I really, really wish I could quick save to find out what happens if we sabotage the Protectron, but I was playing a good character, so I fixed the Protectron. You unscrew the backplate and rewire the circuit board. Circuit board, really? That's how they spelled circuit? Ouch. The Protectron is now up and running.
Protect and serve.
Heading back to the scavenger.
I was afraid I'd have to abandon him. Oh my god! He's up and running! Thought he'd end up scrapped.
And that's it. No reward. Oh well, did our good deed of the day, I guess. But wait a minute, we're getting sidetracked. We've got to find this space shuttle crash. Our Pip-Boy marker points us up a hillside. As we approach, we see fire in the distance. Something big struck ground here and slid for quite a ways. And then we see it. It's an arc jet rocket. Specifically, this looks a lot like the XMB booster engine that many decades from now, Paladin Dance and the Soul Survivors will stumble upon in the ruins of ArcJet Systems in Boston. ArcJet was making the XMB booster engine for the USSA's Mars rocket, and it looks like the USSA was using these same booster engines for their other projects. Near to the ruins of the engine, we find the remains of her shuttle. And heading inside, thankfully, we find the flight recorder intact. But just then... Uh-oh! Hey, got myself an instigating crossbow. Wait, more!
Unstoppable! No.
Well, I don't know why super mutants chose that particular moment to rush me, but it just so happens that defeating that wave of super mutants was all the time the flight recorder needed to download its data. Heading back inside, we can collect the flight recorder. With the flight recorder in hand, And we can test out our new crossbow. Gauss rifle. And head back to the abandoned bunker to check in on Sophia.
I'm guessing nobody from the Space Administration was up there, collecting evidence and looking. I had hoped I could reprogram this console here, but it's barely functional. Did you find the encryption key? I had hoped I could reprogram this console here, but it's barely functional. Did you find the encryption key? Oh, sure. Makes sense, I guess. Here. Thanks for getting the key. Unfortunately, it doesn't do me much good without a functioning console. I'm not sure it'd be worth it, all the flooding down here, but we might be able to rebuild it, above ground. You wouldn't know of a secure location, would you? I don't have anything else, but if you let me stay there, I can set up my console to scan the area. Maybe something valuable. I had hoped I could. Oh, unfortunately, it holds data related to our positions, so the rescuers can find all of us. In case something happens on re-entry. A failsafe, really. I don't know if it'll work. Nothing, I guess. Until I can get it to a working console. I'm not sure it'd be worth it, all the flooding down here, but we might be able to rebuild it, above ground. You wouldn't know of a secure location, would you? You're sure? I mean, you've already done so much for me. Maybe just for a night or two. Until I feel better. Thank you. I don't want to slow you down, though. Maybe you should take these schematics. Get that console rebuilt at your camp. I should be able to get there by the time it's built. And, hey, thanks for your help. I bet this was not what you planned to do today, but I'm real glad you found me. You go on ahead. Once you get the console built, I think I can get it working. For survivors.
Why do you need this thing anyway?
It should tell me why my ship crashed, and whether anyone else survived. Maybe I can even contact the USSA with it. Or someone.
I got your flight recorder data. Now what?
Oh, that's a relief. Now, we just have to decrypt it to access the data. Our ship's robot would have had a standard-grade USSA encryption. If it survived the crash, it would be heading back to the nearest military depot.
We can pass an intelligence check of 8 to say, basic robot behavior subroutines would view me taking the key as a hostile act.
Oh, right. Of course. There's an emergency code. Blue Sunset. I can't believe I forgot that.
In which case, she gives us an emergency code that she otherwise would have forgotten to give us, which prevents us from having to attack the robot. So tell me about this robot, Sophia.
The escape pod's robot is an Assaultron, I think. It's responsible for the encryption key. Last I was able to check its signal, it was returning to a military base or Doing diagnostics? It's hard to tell.
Tell me what to do next.
It's simple, really. Get to the robot and get the encryption key. I can tune its transmitter signal to your external device there. You should be able to track it down.
Now, we need to track down this USSA robot to get its encryption key. Thankfully, with the flight recorder data that we downloaded, we are able to track the movements of this robot. Heading south from the abandoned bunker, eventually we stumble upon another burning piece of spacecraft wreckage. This one doesn't have the rocket attached, but we can still jump inside of it. And here we find an empty robot charging pod. This must have been the portion of the ship that had the robot, and it looks like the robot did survive. We don't find any wreckage here, but we do find one first aid kit. Well, the robot couldn't have gone far, and so hopping out of the wreckage, we can continue to track it south. We fight through many creatures until eventually stumbling upon a running Assaultron. This is the robot Pandora.
Warning, do not interfere. This unit is on an emergency assignment. Direct inquiries to Director of the USSA.
Do you have the USSA encryption keys?
This unit carries various encryption keys for USSA flight recorders manufactured between 2066 and 2070.
Now, if we couldn't pass the special check to get the code phrase from Sophia, the only other option we have here is to attack and say, I don't have time for this nonsense.
Confirmed. Nonsense detected. Alert. Damaging USSA property is a crime. This will go on your permanent record.
In which case the Assaultron attacks. And with my second character, I found this to be a very difficult battle. Probably because she didn't have any power armor. But after much kiting around, I was finally able to kill it. But since we passed the skill check, instead we'll use the emergency code phrase we got from Sophia, Blue Sunset.
Access code received. Validating code. Confirming identity. Accepted. Welcome, Commander de Guerre. Transmitting encryption key as requested. Terminating transmission. This unit will now continue to USSA custody presently. Stand back.
With that, we get the encryption key, and Pandora runs off away. I thought about following her for a while, and in fact, I did follow her for a while to see where she would go, but doggone it, Appalachia is huge, so we can head back to Sophia. Incidentally, I find it coincidental that the two passphrases we have so far accumulated in Wastelanders both use the words blue. The passcode to get into the Free Radicals base at the West Virginia lumber mill was Blue Danube, remember? And Pandora's emergency code was Blue Sunset. I wonder how many blue passcodes we're going to collect. Back at the abandoned bunker, we see that Sophia has begun to feel better after using the stim pack.
I just need to rest. Just a bit. Oh, my head is killing me.
Oh, but she does have a headache.
I had hoped I could reprogram this console here. But it's barely functional. Did you find the encryption key?
We can pass a charisma check of 6 to say, I have your key. It wasn't easy, and a little extra payment would be appreciated.
Oh, sure. Makes sense, I guess. Here. Thanks for getting the key. Unfortunately, it doesn't do me much good without a functioning console.
With that, she gives us 50 pre-war money, of course. It's probably all she had on that space station. Frankly, I'm surprised she had any money at all. Or if we had to destroy Pandora, we find an option to say, your robot was not cooperative. Here's the encryption key.
That's okay. We have to do what we have to do right now. Thanks for getting the key. Though, without a functioning console, it's not doing me a whole heck of a lot of good.
So what will you do with the flight recorder data now?
Nothing, I guess. Until I can get it to a working console.
Why did you need this data anyway?
It holds data related to our positions, so the rescuers can find all of us. In case something happens on re-entry. A failsafe, really. I don't know if it will work, but I don't know how else to find my crew without this, since our comms are down.
Alright, we're going to
Repair
finish up
this
really
console?
early.
I'm not sure it'd be worth it, all the flooding down here, but we might be able to rebuild above ground. You wouldn't know of a secure location, would you?
Now, we could demand more money from her by saying, you can stay at my camp, but it'll cost you. I'm not a hotel.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Well, here. I know it's probably not much, but it's all I have.
In which case, of course, she gives us more pre-war money. Pretty doggone useless. Or instead, we can be generous and say, you're welcome to crash at my camp if you'd like.
You're sure? I mean, you've already done so much for me. Maybe just for a night or two. Until I feel better. Thank you. I don't want to slow you down, though. Maybe you should take these schematics. Get that console rebuilt at your camp. I should be able to get there by the time it's built. And, hey, thanks for your help. I bet this was not what you planned to do today, but I'm real glad you found me.
And with that, we unlock the USSA console as a crafting item in our camp workbench.
Console should be easy enough to construct. I'll join you as soon as it's live.
Taking a look at the console, broadcast terminal, welcome user, currently playing Dog-Ear Distress Beacon. Next up, Dog-Ear Distress Beacon. Change track. We can try to add a new track. Data cannot be read.
Finally, someone. We had a medical scan. If you can get it back, we... Excellent. I can show you roughly.
I'm looking for a gift for my friend's birthday. Got anything like that?
The quicker you recover our missing equipment, the better.
Death as a remedy for life.
Oh, that's okay, Sonny. I think I'll just buy this instead.
I've got my eye on you. No offense. Foundation is how we'll reclaim this whole area. What we build here has to last for generations.
We can try diagnostic. Error, feedback loop detected. We can try to stop track. Track cannot be stopped. Okay, well, I guess we just need to wait for Sophia to come back to our camp. Heading back to our camp, we have to first remove any ally workbench that might be here already. We can only have one active at a time. Bye-bye, Beckett. Then when he's gone, we can place Commander Sophia's USSA console.
This is a mobile campsite, then. Fascinating. Definitely useful.
In a short time, she appears at the console, and we begin the quest, Ally, the woman who fell.
Now look at what the cat dragged in. Hope you're holding up well, sport. Could use your help with something. I knew I could count on you. You have those honest, open eyes. We got lots of folks pouring in from the pit. They're confused and scared. This place ain't nothing like what they're used to, which is a good thing. But we need a way to steer them in the right direction. Where to find medical supplies, food, other people. I thought, why not whip up a survival guide for them, so they know exactly what to expect. I got tips on the best leads in Appalachia, but these old bones ain't what they used to be, and there isn't enough Skippy to go around. I need someone to be a diligent scout and go out and take photos and gather samples for me. Maybe you could be that scout? What do you say? Now that's the spirit. I bet there's a Union spark in you yet. Now, I'll only be sending you to one region of Appalachia at a time, so you don't need to tire your legs out running around everywhere. If you need any pointers on where to find some of those plants, speak to Initiate Ellison. Boy's over-eager, but he spent his whole life in Appalachia. He'll know where to find anything. No camera? No problem. Just come back to old Skippy. I might be able to scrounge something up for you. If you got any more questions, just swing back here. Good luck out there, Scout.
To Earth. Help Commander Daguerre deal with the aftermath of her crash landing.
Yeah. This place should do just fine. Thanks for setting up the console. I can work with this. This console looks pretty good. A little rusty in places, though. I guess you got these parts from a junkyard, huh? Resourceful. The scanner currently has a model 38X2, which is built for scanning very specific locations. Not bad, but I would like to improve it. The year before I launched, the military was rolling out some scanner upgrades. One of those could give us more speed and detail in our scans. Can you find a scanner upgrade module for this? It would help us find so much more, and much more quickly.
Where can I find a scanner upgrade?
I don't suppose you can just swing by a tech supplies store, Yeah, I didn't think so. Last I knew, these types of things were common items in military bases and compounds. But my information is admittedly out of date. I'll transfer the coordinates to a local military base, but I can't vouch for its security status. It's hard to detect anything specific right now.
What's so important about the scanner module?
The upgrade module should extend the range of the scanner in our console here rather substantially. I can then cross-check some of the USSA data that you gathered from my ship's console, which will help isolate specific useful signals.
I'll find a scanner upgrade module for you.
Swell. In the meantime, I'll fix up this console a bit. Did you know that it still uses the outdated P14B configuration for its power chamber? I mean, I know you all survived the end of the world, but using this as is would be like living in squalor and the apocalypse. Listen, I know you've done a lot for me already. Got me out of that sunken bunker and let me stay here. It means a lot.
I still can't believe you're really an astronaut.
You saw my wreck, didn't you? I don't know how else to prove it to you. You know, it's equally surprising to me that you've survived all of this. It's good that wonders never cease, right?
Do you have everything you need for the console?
No. I need a TF-85B adapter to improve the visual fidelity of the scanner, but those were being phased out when I launched decades ago. So now I need to be the one to adapt, or else, right? Right? Oh well. Anyway. No, I don't really have what I need, but I'm making do. I think I can muddle through with this.
How are you doing? You've been through a lot.
It's hard. I don't know what to say. It's more than I ever expected could happen. This wasn't even in the realm of possibilities when I launched. But it could have been worse. I need to remember that.
I'll be back later, Commander.
Copy. Over and out.
With that, we begin the quest. Ally, one small step. Find a scanner upgrade module for Commander Daguerre. This quest sends us to the Atlas Observatory, but sadly I'm all out of time. We'll pick up right here where we leave off and tackle Sophia's quest in my next episode. I publish new Fallout videos each and every week on my channel, so if you don't want to miss my next episode, be sure to subscribe and to click that bell notification button. If you have already, but you still feel like you're missing out on YouTube notifications, consider following me on Twitter at Oxhorn. I update Twitter manually with every new piece of content that I publish. I've got a shirt shop with completely unique designs that you can't find anywhere else. My designs come on shirts in a variety of men's, women's, and children's sizes, and in a wide array of colors. They come on other products as well, like smartphone cases, pillows, posters, mugs, stickers, prints, etc. So if interested, you can find them.
The Enclave have always been one of the most mysterious factions in the world of Fallout. Their motives and goals have often been shrouded in secrecy. The only information we were ever able to learn about them was what they told us. Well, that was the case until we found the Congressional Bunker in Appalachia, and for the first time ever, we were allowed to join the Enclave. This, at first, would seem like a golden opportunity to learn everything there is to know about the Enclave. Unfortunately, we learn about a civil war that broke out between the members of the Congressional Bunker, resulting in the vast majority of the stored information being lost. Although at first it may seem like we would never know exactly why the Enclave built the Congressional Bunker, the answer may be scattered through the few remaining logs in the Congressional Bunker, as well as the other knowledge we have about the Enclave. And there's still some more information scattered within Fallout 76 itself. I put all this information together, and all of the pieces fit. Of course, there is some background knowledge you need to know. I think the best place to start is to go through the history of the Congressional or White Spring Bunker. The Congressional Bunker is based on the real-life Project Greek Island, a bunker built underneath the real-life White Spring Resort, the Greenbrier Resort, and it was designed to shelter members of Congress in the event of a nuclear attack. Project Greek Island started construction in 1959 and was finished by 1963. The Congressional Bunker in 76, however, was seemingly still in the process of being built as of June 4, 2077, as this is when Sam Blackwell received the message from his informant talking about the bunker project and questioned who was funding it, present tense. There is a possibility that this project is merely a renovation of the original bunker, but it doesn't matter tremendously. This actually relates more to my next video I plan on making. Either way, the bunker project was most likely completed around mid-2077. The funding for this bunker was funneled from the Department of Agriculture by the Secretary of Agriculture, Thomas Eckhart. It's clear he was only a pawn to the Enclave, though. His hatred of communism made him easy to control, and his position as Secretary of Agriculture was perfect to fund the construction of the Congressional Bunker. The Enclave also seemed to know about Eckhart's trigger-happy approach towards China, but I'm not going to get into that. Originally, the Enclave planned to go to space and colonize another planet. This, of course, was meant to be explained in the now cancelled Van Buren. However, it being cancelled means that's not canon. And now it appears Bethesda has directed the Enclave in a different direction. In Fallout 2, the Enclave did want to recolonize the United States. But with the idea being thrown around in 76 of the pre-war government using nuclear war as an excuse for, quote, easy population control, this, as well as the official Fallout Twitter account, straight up saying it leading up to the release of Fallout 76 and the existence of certain installations in 76. These all point towards the Enclave having this goal all along, whether they actually wanted nuclear war or it was simply a contingency plan. The positioning of the Enclave installations all makes sense when you look at it as one single plan instead of individually. So let me explain the use of these installations. The Enclave oil rig acts as the brain. It's the highest point of command, hence its name, Control Station Enclave. The President and the Vice President are stationed there because it's the most protected out of all the Enclave bases. The oil rig is also out in the ocean, so they're far away from any nuclear detonations. Raven Rock, while not vital, is the backup bunker. It's the closest to DC, and it would be used as the high command if the oil rig was for any reason inoperable. The Congressional Bunker is, or as Modus puts it, was to be the beating heart of the Enclave's master plan. It was meant to house the majority of the remaining government, from the Speaker of the House of Representatives to the Secretary of Commerce. Unfortunately, because of Thomas Eckhart, all of the high-ranking government officials ended up dead or locked outside the bunker. However, if these members of government actually made it to the bunker, I believe they would have all managed a part of the Enclave's plan. And I believe the Enclave's master plan had two phases. Well, at least two main phases. The second part being the recolonization I talked about before, and which I'll go more in depth with soon. The first part, however, I believe relates to the automated silos in Appalachia. Even though the Fallout Bible isn't considered fully canon, I think it can still be used to give a general idea about certain events, at least until proven otherwise. So I'd like to reference where it says, quote, March 2077, prepared for a nuclear or biological attack from China, the President and the Enclave retreats to remote sections around the globe and make contingency plans for continuing the war. I believe this is what the automated silos represent, the Enclave's plan to completely eradicate China. The Secretary of Defense was one of the people supposed to be at the Congressional Bunker. Of course, thanks to Thomas Eckhart, he didn't make it. But if he did, he would have been vital to launching the nukes. As in a nuclear launch scenario, the President is the one who orders it, but the Secretary of Defense is required to verify the order made by the President. I mean, why else would they have automated silos that continuously produce nukes? This would only be useful in a post-war situation. Now, the second phase of the Enclave's plan, rebuilding America. Obviously, the first step would be the Enclave bunkers opening up and the inhabitants commencing the rebuilding. This is most likely why Appalachia is so automated, like the nuclear plants and the vertibots. I believe the next step, however, would require Vault 79 to complete its mission. If you want a more in-depth look at Vault 79, I recommend checking out my video analyzing the Secret Service armor and the T-65 power armor. But to give a brief description of Vault 79, it's a Vault-Tec vault located in Appalachia, and it was designed to hold the entirety of America's gold reserves. In the event that a nuclear war occurred, the gold was to be kept secured until authorization was received. And once that happened, the gold in Vault 79 was supposed to be used to rebuild the economy. Now, the United States Bullion Depository, or as it's commonly known, Fort Knox, is controlled by the United States Treasury. And seeing as Fallout 76 is in an alternate timeline and the September 11th attacks never happened, the Department of Homeland Security would never have been created. And as a result, the Secret Service would still be a division of the Treasury. So Vault 79 is most definitely managed by the Department of the Treasury. And that means, logically, the Secretary of the Treasury would be the one to authorize the Vault 79 opening. Out of all the people Thomas Eckhart removed from the early warning system, there was only one person who made it to the Congressional Bunker. This person was, of course, the Secretary of the Treasury. Unfortunately, Eckhart killed him the same day. But the point is, all of this is connected. This was the Enclave's plan all along. I think it's also safe to assume Vault 76 would have been a part of their plan as well.
That's the best news I've heard all day. I hope you didn't run into too much trouble. You're an invaluable asset, not only to me, but to the Union as a whole. I think keeping people safe and well cared for is braver than busting into the pit with a gun, but that's just me. You're all right, my book sport. If you ever find yourself with a hankering to help the cause again, you know where to find me.
This wanton robot haircut before running off.
Because it is a control vault. The only thing left now is why the Enclave were in Appalachia specifically. I left this to the end because it's not really that important, by which I mean they could just be somewhere because they just chose that spot randomly. I mean, I don't think anyone would really care if that was the reasoning. But in this case, there does seem to be a reason for the Enclave to be in Appalachia. The most likely reason the Congressional Bunker is placed in Appalachia is because it's the closest place to DC that also has a very low population density. When we look at Maryland today, its population density is almost 9 times higher than West Virginia's. Logically, the places with the lowest population density are going to be hit with the least nuclear weapons. This is reflected in Fallout 76. As we can see, it has still been hit with some nuclear weapons, mainly in the urban areas, but compared to Washington or Boston, it had significantly less nuclear detonations. And there you have it.
Look around you. What do you see? Death? Destruction? Flying bat beasts? Chinese robots? Super mutants? What if I told you almost everything you see in post-war Appalachia is the result of one man? A man with a name you have probably heard while playing, but I promise you, you do not know the true magnitude of death that Thomas Eckhart brought to Appalachia and the United States. Thomas Eckhart's story starts with the construction of the United States Congressional Bunker. Just like the numbered vaults we all know, the Congressional Bunker was supposed to house a large community of people, in this case the United States Congress, and protect them from the nuclear holocaust. The bunker was paid for by the US government, but the construction was controlled by the Enclave and Vault-Tec. Sam Blackwell, another Congress member, questioned the true motives of the construction of the bunker. On his terminal in the Charleston Government Building, we can read a correspondence between Sam and a mysterious figure called T. Senator, recommended reading for upcoming Intelligence Committee meeting. The Congressional Bunker Project. Who has stake in this? Who's really funding? Is Vault-Tec overly involved? Trustworthy? The answers to these questions are the source of my fears, and exactly why I need your help. T. Subject: Department of Agriculture. Senator, the most recent evidence is pointing to the Department of Agriculture having a large stake in the bunker project. I've put out feelers to find out what Secretary Eckhart's involvement is and why agriculture is sinking so much time into the bunker. T. So, the Secretary of Agriculture, Thomas Eckhart, is a high-ranking member of the Enclave, with his direct control over the construction of not only the bunker, but also the early warning system that warns members of Congress of incoming warheads. We will see the consequences of this control here in a minute, but for now, let's hear what happened inside of the bunker the day after the bombs fell. Inside of the military wing, in the brig, we can hear an interaction between two Enclave members right after the bombs fell.
White Springs, automated recording. 1.1.2.
That's it. Report just came in from the entrance. Facility's all sealed up. No one else is getting in.
Speaker of the House never made it. Secretary of the Interior died in the med bay. I've got 24 more of our people that should have been here too. God damn it! Early warning system should have given us more time.
Doesn't matter now. We follow the protocol. Control goes to Secretary of the Treasury.
I'll make sure he's informed in front of this meeting. All non-Enclave personnel have been accounted for.
Yes, sir. Members of Congress not on the list are being filtered as we speak. This first batch here has already been processed and interviewed.
All right, then. I'll bring down the next bunch. You have your orders.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the Enclave thanks you for your service to this country.
So it sounds like all the people who didn't belong to the Enclave were executed. On the other side of the room, we can see a combat rifle sitting on a rack. Turning around, we can see a pool of blood along with bullet holes in the wall. This must have been where everyone was executed. The Enclave officer mentioned that there should have been others that made it to the vault in time. Heading over to the archival terminal, we can find out what happened to these high-ranking members of government. Top secret: Cabinet nuclear alarm logs. As you can see, the president was warned and was moved to PR, which we can assume is the Poseidon oil rig. But many other contacts belonging to other high-ranking members of government were deleted or removed. It looks like the only Congress members who were warned about the incoming warheads was the Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of the Interior, and the Secretary of Agriculture, Thomas Eckhart. At first, this may not seem like a big deal. This facility will be under the command of the President or the Enclave headquarters at Raven Rock in Washington, D.C. after all. Heading out to the command center, we can listen to a surveillance recording detailing what happened to the chain of command.
Side are you? To inform you against us. But of course, the rule of law still applies here, my brothers and sisters. The Enclave.
What's up, guys? It's Woojin TV here. Both a nuisance and a very serious threat, the Scorched Beast sits atop Appalachia's food chain. Their appearance in Appalachia has, in one way or another, silenced any kind of progress toward a stable and safe home for Appalachia's residents. The Brotherhood, Free States, the Responders, all forces working toward a greater good, all stamped out by the Scorched Beasts. So what are these flying apex predators? Who made them? And why were they released upon Appalachia? The Scorch Beast's story is tightly intertwined with Appalachia's. It starts way back when the bombs first fell on West Virginia. As many of you know, the remnants of the pre-war United States government survived in the White Springs Bunker. Almost immediately after the bombs fell, they discovered that the nukes created a new mineral called ultracite. As they were searching for this new mineral in the caves of the Cranberry Bog, they collected a few bats for further study. Inside the White Springs Bunker, in the genetics lab, we can find Mutation Serum Terminal HZ, where we can learn more about the fate of these bats.
White Spring, automated recording 5.4.8. So, you're telling me we're responsible for this thing? It's what, a mutated bird? Some kind of vulture or something?
Mr. Secretary, based on the physiology,
You've
we're
returned.
assuming something originating
I'm so
from the
grateful.
Chiroptera order before
Now,
undergoing changes.
what business do I have for
That,
you today?
sir. But it's not
Your
just a
care
result of
package went over
radiation,
well
sir.
last time.
The
Think you
specimen
could
was
deliver
inadvertently
another?
exposed to our biochemical test last year. Considered a failure
The Blue
at the
Ridge
time.
Caravan Company from Big Bend.
How
They set up a little camp
dangerous
for
is
conducting business in the area. We
We're
use the
still
supplies they
establishing that,
sell,
sir.
and it never
Its mere
hurts to show a
presence
little
seems
gratitude.
to contaminate the immediate surroundings with a...
Thank you.
Can
See
we
that it's
make
delivered
more?
safely.
Sir?
Can we reproduce this for the purpose of additional study?
With all due respect, sir.
Brush up on my first
This potentially represents a grave threat to the personnel on site. And I'm not sure.
Can I get you anything?
This is...
I'm not asking for concerns. I want results. Do whatever you have to do. Keep this thing, study it, and report all your findings directly to me. Are we clear? And keep it off-site, where you found it, preferably. One of those old AMS mining complexes, yes?
Yes, sir.
And for now, let's not burden any of the officer corps with worrying about this. Understood?
In this recording, we can hear the Enclave's research specialist and the acting president at the time, Thomas Eckhart. We can hear them discussing the fate of possibly the very first Scorch Beast. It was said to have been created when exposed to a biochemical test 1 year ago. The scientist is urging caution because it contaminates its surroundings. We can assume the contamination is either heavy radiation or the virus that we know as the Scorched Plague. Eckhart seems to have a plan for this mutated beast, though, and is demanding that the scientists make more. To understand why Eckhart might need these beasts, we need to learn a little bit more about his grand motivations. Now, we won't be going too deep into Eckhart's story because that's for a whole nother video, but Thomas Eckhart was the highest ranked officer in the White Springs Bunker at the time that the nukes fell. Now, there is some evidence that this was planned, and Eckhart made sure the people ranked higher than him never made it to the bunker in time, but again, that's for a whole nother video. After losing contact with Raven Rock and the Poseidon oil rig, he assumed presidential powers. Up in the room where you take the test in order to join the Enclave, we can find a terminal where we can hear his first actions as acting president.
White Spring, automated recording 1.1.7. Ladies and gentlemen, news is not good. It's my sad duty to inform you the Secretary of the Treasury has passed. Acute radiation sickness, it seems. This, in addition to the unexpected severance of our connection to Raven Rock and the President, means our little enclave is without leadership. According to the rules of succession outlined long before our entry into this bastion, that responsibility now falls to me. I acknowledge the pain you all must be feeling. I see it on your faces, and I feel it in my heart. Loved ones lost, colleagues gone. But now is not the time to allow ourselves to be overwhelmed by tragedy. This is the moment to recognize and seize the opportunity that lies before us. The world outside believes the war is over. that there are no more true Americans with the will to fight. They are wrong. We are going to fight. We will use this facility to continue the battle against our enemies, against communism, against all the wretched things that brought this war upon us. And we will, for once and for all, put an end to war. When we are victorious, there will be no more enemies left to stand against us. Of course, the rule of law still applies here, my brothers and sisters. The Enclave is the bastion of democracy and will remain so, I assure you. So then, let us vote. All in favor of using this facility and the resources of this land to continue the war that others believe lost, please move to the left side of the room. All who oppose, please move to the right.
Oh, I've been muted this whole time, dang. But yeah, this seems grim.
Sorry to see so many uncommitted to the cause of America. Mr. Gray here will help sort out accommodations for you all. Everyone else, please follow me down to the science wing. Accommodation? What the hell are you
What?
talking about, Gray?
What happened to this guy?
We have a plan for you all. Silver.
Stop Eckhart waged war on America and will clearly do anything necessary to accomplish that goal. After seizing power, his focus switches to the nuclear silos, because obviously the easiest way to bring fiery destruction to the Chinese is Appalachia's nukes. In the command center's armor, you can find the archival terms. On this, we can discover some of the challenges that they face. Beta Archives. Archive Ellen Santiago. Tricking DEFCON. This is a tricky one. We've got a nuclear keycard 1. If something goes wrong during the launch, fat fingers, you sneeze, whatever. We're up Schitt's Creek, and no one has been able to get a bead on a keycard convoy for a while. But Jackson's been going through the documentation, and he believes he's parsed out what's happening. The specifics get a little technical. The man ended up burning through 3 sticks of chalk trying to explain it to me, but the abridged version is that the system tasked with watching over the region doesn't think things are bad enough to warrant the convoys. This also explains why the DEFCON signage in the bunker has all been slipping downwards. But if we could trick the system into thinking there was some sort of invasion here, we could get its undivided attention, along with all the keycards we could ever need. Now, staging an invasion, well, we don't have the resources to do that ourselves, and it sounds like spitting up an army of Modus's butler bots won't make it bat an eyelash either. But Gray, sick puppy that he is, has an idea. If we could get into the Chinese robot factory at Mama Dulce's back up and running, we might be able to make the system think the region's under attack. It might make things dicey for folks outside the bunker, but it'd be a big step in getting us up to launch. Now, I'm sure you're thinking the same thing that I am as I type this. Is a group of belligerent spy bots running around going to be enough? And if it's not, what is the president willing to resort to in order to guarantee the success of the launch? This has slippery slope written all over it. I wanted to bring this to you now, as I guarantee Gray has already planted the idea in the president's head, and I'm not thrilled with the prospect of putting Appalachia through hell just so we can finally win this war. But if we can do this in a managed way, this might be our best way forward. So Eckhart needs enough conflict outside of the bunker in order to trick the automated system into thinking that the nukes are required. This happens at DEFCON 1. As you heard from the terminal, they're going to try to stage a mock invasion by using Mama Dulce's communist robots. In the terminal, doubts were raised if this plan was going to work or not. And we'll learn here in a second that in the terminal, doubts were raised if this plan was going to work or not. Mama Dulce's communist robots. In the terminal, doubts were raised if this plan was going to work or not. And we'll learn here in a second that it did not. Up in the conference room above the communications room, you can find a
We have our missing property. I'm sorry to hear that. I wish there'd been another way. Aubrey's been bitching about this medical scanner. Seems it's pretty vital to his work. Thanks. Tired. The coordinating scavenging runs. There's lots of stuff out there if we can only get to it before the others. Foundation is how we'll reclaim this whole area. What we build here has to last for generations. These newcomers make me nervous. Maybe some extra patrols over there. These newcomers make me nervous.
discussion between the now General Santiago and Thomas Eckhart discussing his next move.
White Spring, automated recording, 6.9.7.
No, Mr. President. I don't agree and I won't support it.
General Santiago, may I remind you?
You know, I'm real sick of you calling me that.
Why? You earned it. You're the highest-ranking military officer here, maybe in the nation.
It was given to me by a machine.
Sunny.
And you still received every bit of power that came with it. And now it's time to put that power to use. Because that's our mission.
Releasing Chinese robots and super mutants and whatever monsters your people have cooked up on the populace at large has never been the mission.
I want to do this as little as you, Ellen. But we've tried half measures. If we're going to overcome DEFCON, we need to be committed.
You
No,
are
this is too
missing
far,
out.
Thomas.
You
I
should
thought I could ignore all
fear
the blood you
it.
shed. The Congress
Shop
people,
at
Blackwell,
Sunny's.
your fellow Enclave members. I've heard the recordings, and I stayed, because I thought I wanted revenge against the Reds that badly. But not this badly. And I assure you, my men don't either. None of us are going to be a party to this.
I'm exceedingly disappointed to hear it, General.
What the hell? What the? What did you?
Are you all right, Mr. President? I'm fine, Modus. Call up the guard. One of my men. Have her put in a cell. Keep her sedated, restrained, and alive. You're still going to need her.
So Eckhart was going to let loose not only the Chinese robots and super mutants, but also the Scorch Beasts, in order to trick the DEFCON system into thinking there was enough danger outside the bunker to warrant the use of the nuclear bombs.
Oh, hey
so
there.
did he do it? Did he release the carrier of the
Oh,
Scorched
aren't you
Plague
happy?
onto the remaining citizens of Appalachia? Yes, he did. In the brig, which lies in the military wing, we can find confirmation of this.
White Spring, automated recording, 8.5.2. You sure you gave her the right shit? We don't have time to screw around here.
The label said it's the right stuff. Just give it a second.
We don't have a second. They're gonna be onto us soon.
What's going on?
Sir, we need you on your feet. We're short on time here.
Ragner's daughter? Jackson? What the hell?
Glad to see your brain's not totally fried, sir.
Here's the quick version, sir. Eckhart's released the beast. We're at DEFCON 1. We're gonna stop them and undo as much as we can before it gets out of hand. First, we need you on your feet.
How are the folks that...
God, how long have I been out?
Doesn't matter right now. We're in open revolt mode here, so time ain't on our side.
I didn't authorize anything like this.
No, sir, you did not. But at this point, we don't really need your approval. Could just use a few extra hands to help us clean up this mess.
Lead the way, Captain.
He has released the beasts, and we're at DEFCON 1, said the Major. So Eckhart did it. He released the Scorch Beasts and raised DEFCON to 1. So in his pursuit of revenge, Eckhart went to the extreme and let loose a plague that silenced all human life in the region. Alright, I think I will be making a video focused on Thomas Eckhart's story, specifically his rise and fall from power is an interesting story to be sure. But for now, that's all I have on the creation of the Scorch Beasts. I hope everybody enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure to like and subscribe. And if you've made it this far in the video, consider joining my channel's membership. You get a cool little cryptid symbol.
And on that note, we'll end off here. So until next time, I'll see you all. Oh wow, 5 people now. That's not a lot. But later on today, I'm probably going to be streaming with Cohen Colette's because he got banned, or like temporarily banned. I think it's for a week or something. I forget what it was. Probably one of his political takes, which honestly I don't agree with him a whole lot on that. But then again, it's not because like I disagree so much as just he's extremely fucking radical. And so like I think he kind of, it's not that, I don't know, I think just some of the ways that he says it can put people off. And I mean, me included. But on that, no, I don't think we have to agree with everyone that we talk to. Just as long as you're talking to someone who's a decent person. But anyway, which I think he is. But we're probably going to be streaming later today. And I'll probably be streaming the game as well. And then later on in the week, I'll be doing Torah reading. So, and we'll be starting the, which one is it? Dvarim, I think. It's Dvarim, yeah. Or no, it's not Dvarim. It's Bamidbar. So, anyway, on that note, we'll end off here.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now. Oh yeah, Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be